Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. As you can see, myself, Chris Mason and Matt Edgar are on the stage, and we're looking forward to the conclusion of Group A here in Week 10. It's Lukas Wenig that leads the way following 2 days' action, and Chris, for a debutant, he has been mightily impressive.
Yeah, not overly surprised because we knew a fair bit about him, but he's handled the occasion very, very well. Looks comfortable. When you had a little word with him up on the balcony, he seemed like he was enjoying it and relishing the opportunity, and that's what this is all about. But Franz has been okay. Myself and Matt picked up on something fairly early, and yesterday was a bit of a bounce back to reality for him. I think he played very well. I think he overachieved on Monday, and myself and Matt spoke about running averages and how important those stats are over a big sample. And we said he'll probably end up around where his stats are. Well, after 2 days of play, he's pretty much bang on where all of his stats are, and that's where he is, but still a good player.
And of course, Matt, you've played in this competition before. How tough is it for a debutant to come into this format, because it's unlike anything else that we play anywhere in darts?
It's good, to be fair. There's no distraction here. Everything's right. You've got a good place to get ready, get prepared, good practice room, right amount of boards for the right amount of players. You come up here, there's nothing wrong. Everything is right. If you get it wrong, it's on you, not the area or the venue.
Thanks, Matt.
I was going to say, you're making notes as we go along.
Cheers, pal. He said that on purpose.
Well, one of the players who really stood out yesterday was Scott Baker. We thought yesterday at the start of play he could be the one that could make the move, and it felt towards the end he did. Possibly maybe a little bit too much to do today?
Possibly, depending. He'll be cheering Franz on, of course, in that opening match. But vastly experienced in this environment is Scott, and an experienced player away from it. Of course, he's played in the World Championships and other big events, and you just sort of felt he didn't do himself justice on Monday, and you felt if he come back with the right attitude on the Tuesday, he's the one to make the move, and he did make the move. He was pretty much the best player yesterday. Got a bit to do. He needs some results to drop for him, and none more so than the opening match. If Franz can get a win over Lukas, that opens the door right up for him, because a win from Scott and they're level on points.
How much does the opening game set the tone for the rest of the action we're going to see today, Matt?
Things are going to happen, things are going to change. We've seen some crazy things happen in this, and this is day 3. The players have already played 10 games already. It's how the players react to that. Some players might be feeling a bit fatigued, a bit jaded, and some players will be rising to the occasion. That's where we start to look into other elements, like the fitness element, and we can see that Lukas Wenig enjoys the gym. So that could be something that helps carry him over the line.
What does Davy Proosten have to do today? Because it's a tough situation for him. Struggled Monday, Tuesday. It's just fresh slate today ahead of Group C. Yeah,
I think just use today as preparation for tomorrow. He can become the big spoiler, can't he? He can... he's got the ability to get wins. He's narrowly missed out on wins. There's definitely something in there. I've known Davy for a while, and he's not done himself justice so far. But day one, if you get thumped on day one and you get bageled across the board, your heart's gone on the Tuesday. But he battled hard yesterday, got his first win. Today, just use it as a practice session and see if you can upset a few along the way. Because, if he does come through Group C, which is where I expect him to be, he can come across a couple of these players that he may have cost a place in Group B, or may have cost him a place in winning it, and they'll want some revenge. Well, that gives him a bit of an advantage. So that's the beauty of this format. It's not over until it's over, and today is just a day for him to prep for tomorrow.
And how important is it for that cluster in the middle of the table to get themselves into Group B? Because we look at Group C and you see the likes of Josh Payne and Dave Prince come into the equation with only 2 spots going through from that group. That's going to be mightily tough.
It's also the time of the day. Dart players, we traditionally play more in the evenings. We're not used to these early mornings as such. And if you've had 3 early mornings already, you'd prefer to have a lie-in tomorrow and come in for the evening session. Get yourself ready, because that's also preparation for the Saturday as well. Because after this, there's no more early mornings. It's Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. So you can sort of get yourself ready and in that routine to prepare to try and win the £5,000.
Well, there's no such thing as lions here at the Super Series. We'll be back at 9:30 a.m. Myself and Matt will be up on the balcony describing all the action. I hope you can join us then. Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. It is day 3 of Group A here in week 10, where one player will secure the first spot at finals night on Saturday. Before we preview the action today, let's look back at yesterday's highlights. So then that was the best of the action from yesterday's session here at the Super Series. Matt Edgar has joined me on the balcony to make sense of it all. And after the second day's play, it looks as if the gaps in the table have really begun to emerge, and Lukas Wenig is a clear favourite to get out of this group and through to Saturday's final.
He's got that big buffer on the legs, and he's got that big buffer on the points now as well. So if he can start well today, it's going to be over pretty quick in terms of who gets this group. Lukas is top on all the stats, all the points. It's all ticks at the moment for Lukas.
Exactly. So let's have a look at the table then, following day 2 of 3. As you can see, Lukas Wenig has a 4-point lead in the table from Scott Baker, his nearest challenger. Is Scott perhaps the only player that can challenge him at the top, or will the players on 10 be able to do something if they can maybe win all 5, for example?
Realistically, yes, Scott's the only player that can do that, and the big concern still for me there is those legs. Scott will have to win all 5 of his games here, which means he'll take points off of Lukas, which means he'll get some legs, but he's going to have a big buffer on that one. That 16 is huge, and that's going to take some serious reeling in. But when you look at the battle here for Group B as well, we've got 3 players there on 10 and 1 player on 12. That's going to be an interesting battle to see who gets in that Group B. That is a massive advantage being in that section.
It most certainly is, and especially when you look at the players that are dropping into Group C as well, the likes of Josh Payne and Davy Proosten, for example, who've only 2 spots getting out of Group C. That's going to be a really, really difficult task.
Josh Payne is the bookie's favourite, and rightly so. He's averaging over 91 over all his games here so far. When we look at how well Lukas has done here, he's averaging 91 for this phase, and we're talking about how well he's doing. So when you put Josh Payne over a much wider scope of games, that is a massive player coming into Group C.
When you look at the averages there on your screen now, it is an illustration of the table isn't lying.
Absolutely. I think Davy's put some decent things at times, and I think we was pitching on it yesterday when we talked about how Thibault Tricole's got so many more points than Davy, but yet the averages are very, very similar, and it just comes down to a bit of timing, that does. So it just shows really that Davy could be dangerous and he could be the joker in the pack.
I like that pun. I like that pun very much indeed. How important could our first game of the day be to set the tone of the group? We're going to see Franz Roetzsch in action in the first game of the day up against Lukas Wenig. Franz on debut here in the competition, and he really has settled into life quite nicely. The pair of them have.
Oh, the two have been brilliant. And like I said at the very, very top of the show, it's on you here. There's nothing here that could be a distraction, nothing here that is wrong. everything from the practice room to the stage is absolutely perfect. So if you come here, there's no reason you can't bring your best darts, and that's what they're doing here.
Well, Lukas Wenig spoke to me on the gantry following the completion of his day yesterday, and he said that these were the perfect sort of conditions to sharpen up his game. He's played on the Euro Tour before, but he felt this is somewhere which is really going to harness his talent, harness his ability, and build him for Q School and beyond.
Exactly. I've been saying for the last couple of days, he's the next sort of player you expect to come through that European Q School. He's knocking on the door. Actually, he's banging on the door. He's very, very close to just walking through there and getting himself a PDC Tour card. And something like this, when you're playing this many games against this level of opponent all the time, there's no better place to be doing that. And he's showing that ability as well.
Well, the players are warming up behind us. Shall we let them get on with it?
Yeah, why not? Let's throw some darts.
Let's see some darts. Matt Edgar is going to go down to the commentary box, where we're going to be joined by first Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating day today, that's for sure. Up first, it is Franz against Lukas. Myself and Matt Edgar have been dissecting some of the data. More about that when he arrives, but Scott Baker will be hoping that Franz can get another win over Lukas, which will effectively allow him to close the gap. But plenty to play for today for everybody involved, excluding, unfortunately, Davy, who is down on just one win, which he picked up yesterday. The standard dropped significantly over the course of the day yesterday. The players averaged 88.12 on day one, 84.43 across the board on day two. At a high on Monday of 99.2 from this man. The high yesterday of 97.86. Scott Baker. Welcome back, Matt. Getting your steps in, I see.
Be fit by the end of today. 100. Running up and down the stairs.
Well, I was just mentioning before you did get from the Prez position back in comms that you've been dissecting the data and going quite deep regarding this one.
Yeah, there's patterns of play that appear over time, and the more data we get, the more we can see with those. And these doubles percentage of Lukas Wenig in the opening game. So the opening game, he's had a doubles percentage of 16% and 23%, which is significantly lower, by around about half of what we expect to see from him and what he's shown for us in the stats over the rest of the day.
So a slow starter on the doubles, and that may open the door for Franz. It did, of course, on day one, where he defeated Lukas Wenig 4-1. They went 11-10 about Franz, 4-6 favourite Lukas, which is understandable considering his table position. But dissecting that data in regards to how he starts the day in terms of finishing could be key here, and we do get, you know, it's a massive interest in terms of betting on these matches, and a lot of people could well be backing Lukas at that 4-6, thinking it's a done deal.
It would be concerning for me, the stats on the outer ring at the start of the day, because it might just lead to something being a little bit off in the preparation side of things.
Well, we picked out a lot of outsiders yesterday that went on to win for that very reason, because we can dig into the data and maybe point you in the right direction. And maybe that's something, if you're keen on punting on the arrows, maybe dig a little deeper. You might find a bit more value.
Game
as he hits a double with his first dart.
It was always going to be the case, wasn't it?
Well, in fairness, he never really should have had a go. His doubling stats over the entirety of the opening 2 days, 33%. Scott Baker, 37.8%. Franz, 38.89%. So one of them has gone against the data there. But they're bound to after we mentioned it, of course.
The other thing just to be wary of is the advantage of throw doesn't seem to be too much of an advantage with this group at the moment. The last 17 matches, we've only had 5 games won with a hold of throw.
Yeah, and that really does go against the grain of when you look at the data just this year. Never mind all of the previous
83
live league stuff. Now, if you do want to get involved, I did get a few little moans that,
57.
well, I haven't got Twitter, so I can't get involved with you and Matt's discussions. Well, from tomorrow, I'm hoping to open up the chat on YouTube, but it will be on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, the new one, the new rebranded YouTube channel. So make sure you get over there,
60.
subscribe, because it will be a subscribers only chat, and please be aware, I will be monitoring it. Any nonsense, instantly banned. Let's keep it friendly. Let's keep it interesting.
79. Lucas, you're 148.
Let's make it a nice place to be to discuss everything darts with myself and Matt Edgar. Alternatively, you can contact Matt on his YouTube channel, which is your YouTube channel, which is full of content.
Or I've got a thread open at the moment at the Edgar501 on Twitter.
And the YouTube channel's Edgar TV, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
But during the darts, if you want to get in touch,
94. Lucas, you require 56.
Matt via his Twitter. We have social media, of course, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter
Games on the second
MSS
leg.
Darts.
Lucas Wenig.
Lukas Wenig. Well, there you go. 2 from 2. It's almost like it's just a commentator's
Like it's
curse.
France to throw first.
He just wanted to. He must have heard us and thought, I want to prove them wrong. When you mention about that Twitter handle, at the Edgar501, I did put a thing out there today, just saying that we'll be live today and we'll be answering some of your questions. So there's a thread there that you can drop some questions in. And Neil Fitzpatrick's actually asked how players are selected for this event and if there's like a criteria.
Yeah, I mean, we mainly, well, we can only pick effectively, in terms of PDC players, those from the Challenge and Development Tour that are 18 and over.
180.
And then it's sort of anybody that gets nominated or has produced some great darts in the WDF system, or as players have done in the ADC system, and they've been selected. We did run qualifiers before. I'm not sure if that is something that will return. Remember, Robert Rickwood won a qualifier, did so well, he was invited back. And then became a regular.
Best leg of the week is an 11-darter.
140.
Lucas is on for
Lucas, you require
a 10-darter here, and he's got very good percentage here on the double 8. Loves it here.
On the third
Takes
leg.
it out in the first dart. That is the best
Wenig.
leg of darts of the week. And just like we said, he's 100% on the finishing.
Fourth leg is Lucas to throw first.
Oh my
Game on.
What we were actually trying to do was make you understand that when you think something potentially could be a huge upset if Franz would have won this match, what we were basically saying is it wouldn't be. But this is some performance from Lukas Wenig. His high so far
100.
is a 98.24. Well, he's going to smash that out the park, Matt.
He doesn't seem to be slowing down. It's like he knows he just needs a couple of wins to get himself through to Saturday, and he's been aggressive in his play so far, and it's wants to get over that line as quick as possible.
57.
Be over that line here and continue the trend of people winning against a throw. That would be 18 games with only 5 players winning with the darts.
That's staggering. And there's another 180. That's staggering.
180.
The average climbs to 108. He takes this 96 out in 2.
140.
An end average in excess of 108.
108.60 is the best average he's ever recorded in a game of darts. So he's pushing that here.
56.
He will come back. He has been in this situation on game 1 yesterday. And this is when we saw those missed darts at the double. It took him 13 attempts to get over the line.
100, Lucas, you require 40.
He's not showing signs that he's going to need that many this time.
Well, it could be 13 again with a 13 darter, and it is for Lukas Wenig. What a performance, what a statement in the opening match of the day. 105.47, 5 scores between a ton and 140, 3 140s, 2 180s, and our first 4 out of 4 on the doubles. 100% for Lukas Wenig. What a start to the day that is. Up next, Scott Baker takes on Gavin Carlin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a start to our day we have seen. It was victory for Wenig, and in some style. Let's have a look at the statistics from a scintillating opening game of the day. A 4-0 victory in a battle of the Deutsche Darters. 105.47 average for Wenig, 4 from 4 in the doubles, 2 maximums in the match, and Franz Roetzsch with an average of 92.21 did not get a look in whatsoever. That 105.5 is perhaps not representing enough the value of Wenig's performance. For most part, it was around the 108 and 109. He was the player to beat at the start of the day, and he's very much made a statement to the rest of the field. So, game 2 of our day sees Scott Baker in action. He was one of the standout performers on Tuesday as he takes on Davy Proosten. This was Baker yesterday, notching a 46 to seal victory against Franz Roetzsch, who we saw in our first game of the day. Up against him is Davy Proosten, who's looking to build some form ahead of his campaign on Thursday and Friday, which will be in Group C, most likely. Sorry, Gavin Carlin is his opponent. My apologies. Carlin there, sealing a 4-1 victory over Thibault Tricole in yesterday's action. So let's get game 2 started. It's definitely Gavin Carlin up against Scott Baker. Your commentary team, Chris Mason, Matt Edgar. All yours, chaps.
Scott Baker would have been hoping that Franz would have got a victory in that opening game, but Lukas was just untouchable with that 105 average. Scott Baker still has a very small chance, but it's a chance. And the way he's going to do that is he's got to win all 5 matches, and he's got to win all 5 matches well. We'll kick off his campaign here against Gavin Carlin. Be hoping to get a strong win on the board. Something he's not registered yet against Gavin. They've played each other twice this week already. It was 1-1. Gavin taking the 4-3 victory on day 1. But Scott did take a 3-0 lead in that one and mismatched darts for the 4-0 before Gavin came back and picked his pocket and took the 4-3 victory. Scott did take the victory yesterday 4-2. So positive recent signs.
Yeah, a fabulous 1-3-4, didn't he, to leave 8 and put 3 down the side of the double for the victory, 4-0. And then it was that fabulous ton finish, 20 tops, and then took out the 1-2-7 on the ball, and then completed the job. Yeah, tough opener for Baker.
140.
But I think after that win and performance, which will have buoyed Lukas Wenig, Matt, he will kick on from there. I suggested at the end of the play yesterday when I had a little chat with Henry, might start calling him Hennessy Henry. He needed maybe 2 wins, and that would be enough to seal the deal.
Not just the win, though, the 4-0 as well. He's already got a massive buffer on the legs.
It's even bigger now, isn't it?
Well, it forces Scott Baker to have to beat him 4-0. So he gains the 4 and takes the 4 off Lukas. I think even just a leg in that game will really cause damage limitations.
Right, start from Baker. And day 3, you mentioned the top fatigue could take its toll, but only if the players have not been managing their time properly.
Game shot on the first leg.
Oh, that's a lovely
Scott
start
Baker.
From Baker. A 17-darter. Clinical. We've not seen a missed dart at a double from the players that have won so far today. 4 out of 4 for Lukas. Scott Baker, a big favourite for this one. 8-13. 6-5 about Gavin.
This could be our first game won with hold of throw for quite some time.
80.
Yeah, good point.
I think the interesting thing as well is the 5 games out of the 18 games that have been won with holds of throw been by different players.
140.
No player has got 2 wins with the throw, which is against everything you'd ever imagine.
Yeah. Well, it's against every stat, historical stat we can look at. Again, don't forget, give us a follow on the MODUS Super Series YouTube page.
180.
Make sure you subscribe. The chat will be open, hopefully, for tomorrow, so we can interact with you via there.
87's got your record 121.
Oh, going for it.
Game shot on the second leg.
And you can do that.
Scott Baker.
Why not? And that is a 12-dart breaker throw with a beautiful 1-2-1. Didn't need to go that way. Carlin was way back.
Game on.
He's just seen Franz pop in a 105. Maybe he wants to say, anything you can do, pal, I can do better.
60.
He's averaging, well, before that 60, it was 103.66.
These have been the 2 standout performers of this group.
134.
And they've raised it again, coming into day 3.
140.
Good time to talk about the 140 stats of Scott Baker. Absolute mile ahead of the field. 50 140s before this game. He's now 53. He's got 3 in this game. That power scoring is what has separated him from the rest of the group.
60.
Just to give you an idea, Davy, 24 140s. Franz, 29. Gavin Carlin, 33. So a massive chasm between them on the 140s. And then 140s are what really separates the players between the legs.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're the shots that give you time at the end of legs as well to get the leg completed.
We'll just have a look at Lukas's 140s as well. He's on 42.
44. So
8 behind Shows the scoring power that
91.
Scott Baker can bring. He's left himself 50 there.
And it's Gavin Carlin with the most 180s at 13. Lukas 12, Davy 10, and Davy's picked up just the one win. It's the bits in between for
Game
Davy.
shot on the third leg. Scott Baker.
Well, it's 17, 12 and 17. 46 darts used to win the opening 3 legs, which
Fourth leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
those of you that play a lot of Super League and County back in the day will know that's 98.2.
You always had the
97.
county player who knew his average as the game was going, didn't you? Ticking it along.
I used to literally tell him what my average was when it finished.
100.
Well, we still are average obsessed, aren't we?
The only thing Scott Baker's going to be obsessed with here is getting the 2
26.
points.
Well, he's not matching Lukas on the average, but he's matching him on the doubles because he's 3 from 3.
59.
That includes a dart at the ball with that 1-2-1. Thought he was setting up a shot at the ball on that last one, going for the 11 to leave the 50. I thought was a surprising play on the 61. A lot of times you'll see the players either go for the 25 or the treble 15.
98.
Especially for someone like Baker who loves that bottom left side of the board, the 16s and 8s.
Where's James Wade, treble 7.
77.
Scott
59.
is looking like he wants to get up there and get off there pretty quick. Uses the 19s well here. 5 19s would leave in the 170.
133.
Well, you did have a message on your Twitter, didn't you, about toilet breaks, and maybe he does need a toilet break.
I don't think he's going to need a break because he's not going to be up there for that long. This game only
43.
gone
Scott, your record,
just over the 6-minute
132.
mark. Just hold that record. 4th record of all time. 6 minutes, 1 second it took him to wrap a game up.
92.
That's right.
Not going to be too far away on this one. Just over the 6.5 minute mark. It could all be over.
55.
Takes me that
Scott,
long
your
to play a
record,
best of 3 on
40.
a Thursday night.
Game shot on the
That's
match.
a really
Scott
strong
Baker.
performance from Scott Baker. Well, I mentioned in our opening match we'd not seen a 4 out of 4. Well, we've just seen back-to-back 4 out of 4s. Scott Baker 96-97, 100% on the double, and that beautiful 1-2-1 just keeps the pressure on Lukas Wenig. When we come back, Thibault Tricole takes on Davy Proosten.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Scott Baker got his day off to a winning start and in some style with our second consecutive 4-0 victory to kick off our session with a 96.97 average in defeating Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 0. Carlin didn't even get a dart at double in that game. 4 from 4, the second time we've seen that in 2 matches from the player that ended up winning. A perfect checkout ratio, and that 1-2-1 was most definitely the highlight. Let's have a quick check there on what that does to the league table after seeing the top 2 overnight in action once. Lukas Wenig keeps hold of his 4-point buffer at the top of the table from Baker, but has now stretched a gap of 8 points on Franz Roetzsch and Gavin Carlin. Thibault Tricole can reduce the gap down to 6 points between him and Wenig. If he can get a win in our next game, he takes on Davy Proosten, who will be looking to get some victories today ahead of his campaigns on Thursday and Friday. Proosten claiming victory here against Franz Roetzsch yesterday. That would have been a huge relief to him after picking up 0 points on Monday, where you can see the relief on his face there. He's up against the French touch, Thibault Tricole, a man who will be looking to find a little bit more consistency today. This double 15 securing victory in the reverse fixture yesterday. What is Wednesday going to bring for this pair? We're about to find out in the company of Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, this could be a fascinating tie. Thibault, the 1-2 favourite. Davy 6-4, but yesterday he went close to winning, didn't he, Matt?
Had a dart of the 161, hit the 25, so had a match dart to take that one. And the stats and the data suggest there's not much between the two of them.
No, not to make Thibault a 1-2 favourite, that's for sure. Averages is
First against
separated
Thibault to
by
throw first.
less
Game
than
on.
1 point. Their best averages is separated by about a point. The 180 column, 10-6 in favour of Davy. Checkout percentages,
60.
29.85 Davy, 32.53 for Thibault. This is over the 2 previous days of action. Ton plus
60.
outs, 2 for Davy, 1 for Thibault. Best legs, 2 13 darters for Thibault, 112 for Davy.
60.
Now, as a player, we always look at patterns that suit how we feel at certain times. And this time of day, I can guarantee the players aren't
60.
feeling great, unless you're Lukas Wenig and Scott Baker, of course, then you think it's fantastic. But a lot of the time, you tend to start a little bit slower. And Thibault appears to be following that trend of that
60.
type of player. Opening day, lost 4-3 with an 81.82. Then he got a victory yesterday with an 80.85. So really, really just touching inside those 80s.
Yeah, and again, if it happens once, you sort of can say, oh, well, it's just a one-off. Twice, you start to see a pattern. And as I picked up on very early,
119.
when we were down in Southampton, he doesn't like that Monday morning. Didn't like Tuesday morning yesterday.
100. Davy require
And there's a
82.
pattern he has followed.
Yes, he doesn't like mornings. Davy will like mornings.
62. Thibault require 140.
He will come back for the double 10 if Thibault cannot take the 140, which he cannot do from here. So Davy an opportunity to get an early breaker throw.
Davy require 20.
He really needs to start hitting doubles early. You don't want to be chasing them around, because that will set a tone and a pattern. I mean, they're well thrown.
No score.
That's just bad luck.
Thibault require
Hit the
40.
flight with the last dart. 2 on the wire. Built a strong wall and he's just hit the flight. Thibault, like he's done all week, can step in.
30.
He's a player that has
Davy
stolen
require
matches,
20.
not dominated them.
You can tell that when you look at the average of Proosten, who's sat at the bottom of the table.
15.
And
Thibault require
Thibault,
10.
who's in the running to get into Group B.
Yep.
Six. Davy require 5.
Well, we've seen everything this morning so far now. We've seen The good, the bad, the
Game
ugly.
shot in the first leg.
That one was ugly.
Davy Proosten.
That was a stinker, a 23 darter, especially when he was down so quick. But it is
Second
a
leg is
break of throw.
Davy to throw first.
That will all that matters
Game on.
for Davy. Frustration for Thibault because he's just seen
140.
Gavin Carlin get pumped 4-0, and he'll be thinking, right, I can close the gap and overtake both Gavin and Franz with a win here.
180.
To hit a max against the throw.
Picked up on
60.
the other day that Davy's best leg until yesterday, in the very last game, was a 15-dart leg. And that just shows a lack of
60.
scoring power. A bit one-paced around sort of those 100 shots. You get those 2 treble visits, and you can really see that in those 140 stats as well. I spoke about in the Scott
32.
Baker game. He's only got 24 scores of 140 or more. And they're the things that are going to give you that little bit of a cushion
100.
to separate you from your opponent.
And miss, you know, that give you the time to miss the odd double here and there. He's doubling stats.
90, but you require
Will be of no
161.
surprise is the lowest of all the 6 competitors. Hence why he's bottom.
65, Davey, you require 170. $84, Thibault, you require 96.
6 for Thibault, 2 darts at the treble. He might go double-double here. You can see the wince on his face. He didn't like the lie. Had to duck to come under and have a look to see where that went. Offers David the opportunity to double his lead, to confirm the breaker throw.
Game shot on the
Takes it out on
second
the
leg.
double 8. It's a 2-0
Davy
lead
Proosten.
for Davy. And Thibault, again, slow out the blocks.
So it's Thibault to throw first.
Much better on the doubling there for Davy. Finding the double on the combination finish of
100.
86. He's got to really try and force the
41.
errors from Thibault, who's put under pressure by leading 2-0, but 41 is not going to cut it.
140.
See here, Thibault much improved, 100 and a 140, but wincing after both of those shots.
60.
Going into the where was this 2 minutes ago sort of
Mindset.
which is a slippery slope if you get out of it
85.
fast.
Yeah, negativity has got to be something that, well, you would know this, any sportsman
36.
needs to eradicate from their mindset.
10 o'clock in the morning as well, especially when you've got 4 more games to come. You can soon find yourself sliding out, and he is in contention at the moment to get into Group B. Despite the fact he's not played his best, he has been able to steal points.
And his best in terms of performances have always come in the matches he's played
54.
in the
Requires
evening here at
76.
the Super Series.
Game shot on the third leg.
It's better.
Thibault Tricole.
It's only a hold. Not too much damage for Davy. He's still got that all-important break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Davy to throw first. Game on.
Now, he cannot afford a ragged leg. Wow. That is a player who
100.
just doesn't have any feel right now.
Just far too early on the release. Let it go way
Yep.
too early, getting too rushed.
83.
Trying to force something to happen, and he's just trying to launch the dart at the board.
54.
Well, we mentioned it before, and he is very much a first dart merchant.
100.
His throw is under the cosh. This is a good response if he can
100.
squeak another one in. Another example of something you mentioned prior, Matt. The lack of 140 scoring.
100.
Yeah, sort of one paced on the hundreds, which is fine if you do it all the time.
93.
But as soon
And
as
you were
start,
around in the 80s.
well, as soon as you start getting those trebleless visits, that 90 sort of average that you'll be hitting
45.
soon
Davy
drops into the 80s.
154.
Then if you miss a few doubles, the 80s becomes the 70s, and that's where we sat right now in this one, because we've 2 from 10 in the doubles, and the best scores that are coming are in
63.
that ton column.
He's looking at 719s to leave tops.
57. Davy require 91.
Unfortunately for Davy, one of those trebleless visits.
Went the safe route, looking at the ball on the 25, but
Davy
came
require
outside.
116.
Thibault to level it up. A wild dart. He's been doing this all week. These wild darts.
67.
Well, there's a lot of finger movement,
Davy
isn't there, on that throw? And
56.
you've only got to be a little bit out on the grip, and what feels like a mil in the hand ends up a
Game shot
mile
the
in the
fourth
board.
leg.
But that
Davy
is
Proosten.
a nice finish after the disastrous opening leg where both players missed multiple darts.
Fifth leg, it's
Since
Thibault to
then,
throw first.
finishing has been fine.
Again, if we get that front camera angle again at some point, we'll be able to see that he actually starts quite
100.
wide and comes across the body with his arm.
And the grip's not completed until right at the top end of the backswing.
100.
So he's having to time more things than just the arm coming backwards and forwards, and the release is making the game a little bit trickier, which is why you're going to get these
81.
darts.
Flyers.
Yes.
140.
And Davy is starting to put on the
He's
accelerator.
starting to fancy it, isn't he?
60.
Only won 1 game so far this week. Lost 9. And he's closing in on his second victory. And look at the
64.
pace of Davy. He's throwing as fast as Scott Baker.
It would be incredible that the players all sat in, well, they sat level in that
140.
possible third position in Franz, Gavin and Thibault, all on 10 points, which is all joint third spot.
58,
Remember,
Thibault
the winner goes straight through to
120.
the final on Saturday night. 2 and 3 get to play in Thursday and Friday night's Group B, where there's 5 players in the group and 3 go through. So
100.
that
Davy
is a huge fillet.
139.
Looking like Thibault's going to force him to serve this one out.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Thibault
Good dart
Tricole.
and a good angle on that last camera to get the idea of what we were saying about before. From that front angle, you can see that wide action.
Sixth leg, it's
Just putting a
Davy
bit
to
of
throw first.
Tension on the
Game
shoulder,
on.
retracting the shoulder blade a bit. Extra movement that just causes a little bit extra inconsistency.
Yeah, and
100.
unlike Simon Whitlock, that brings the dart out wide and then sights it in and then throws where everything is locked in position. Talking of Simon, he
137.
won the tournament up in Southampton last night. Charles Barstow beaten in the final. Also, Simon's son Mason having a run, and Wayne Wening is in town. And his son had a bit of a run last night. I'll
59.
be catching up with them all this evening. I'm going to be off to somewhere in Waterlooville. Hopefully I return.
121.
Just casting my eye over Twitter, and Paul Haswell has said, never a truer word spoken by Chris Mason. A mil in the hand, a mile in the board. It's by the
58.
time you've applied that pressure and you've got the distance of the board and you've applied that force, it is going to be amplified when you get to the other side.
Yeah, massively. You know, it's coming back from around 7
133.
foot. So if there's an error in the hand, by the time you've got all the way through to that release and you combine the speed, the timing,
Gravity.
gravity,
119. Davy requires
62 for 4-2. Remember, we did warn you that this could well be a possibility. The stats were too close to ignore.
42. Thibault require
That was not close
128.
at the tops, but he'll fancy his chances to come back here. Still a chance here if he gets the treble.
It's not his speciality, ton pluses. He's only had
39.
1 in 10 matches.
Davy required 20.
Davy's only had 1 win in 10 matches.
Game
But that
shot
changes
on the
here.
match.
Davy Proosten
Davy
hits the double
Proosten.
10 and takes the victory. 4-2 victory for Davy. That's his 2nd win so far, and that could cause problems for Thibault Tricole, whose Group B chances now could be looking a little bit in doubt. The next game coming your way, Lukas Wenig, Scott Baker. If Lukas Wenig takes the victory, that could be all she wrote for Group A.
Welcome back to all the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen Davy Proosten get his 2nd victory of the week in his opening game of day 3. Let's have a look at the stats from that victory against Thibault Tricole by 4 legs to 2, with an average of 76.271 max apiece. 4 from 13 on the doubles for the Dutchman. For Tricole, 2 from 7, just didn't quite cut it in the end. So defeat for the Frenchman in his first game of the day. Proosten is on the board, and 2 players on the board now are looking to make their way through to finals night on Saturday. Lukas Wenig can put himself on the hill if he can win this game with Scott Baker. No matter what happens in this match, there's still mathematical possibilities for both players. But as both players know, this is a crucial game for them to win. So let's head over to the commentary box for this huge clash. It's Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, for me, a win here for Lukas. And I'm pretty sure my colleague next to me would agree. It's pretty much done and dusted.
He'll be booking his hotel, he'll be getting himself ready, he'll be
Booking a table somewhere Thursday and Friday night because he won't have nothing else to do.
He'll be top of this table when you take a look at that. So that'll put him on to 20 points. And that'll extend the lead. But that leg difference is just almost impossible to catch. Especially if he wins this game. He'll be extending that because he's going to take legs off of Scott Baker as well.
Well, he could lose matches, but if he's only losing them 4-3, and if he is going to lose, you'd think it would be, you know, a narrow defeat. because of the level he's playing at.
Got the advantage of throw in this game.
Where's that? Have you ever been there, Matt? Munchausen? Isn't there a football team there or something?
Sounds like somewhere I might have gone for dinner once.
Okay, first leg is
Have you tried the
Lukas to throw
German doner yet?
first. Game on.
No. Oh my goodness. The German doner kebab. There's nothing quite like it. Other doner kebab places are available, of course, but wow. They are special, and so is that. A statement of intent.
They both had statement games, didn't they? in the
135.
round of
Stunning,
fixtures.
wasn't it?
Both won 4-0. Both 100% on the doubles. Both with big averages. Obviously, Lukas breaking the 100 for the first time this week, hitting the 105.
28.
But you sort of feel that Scott doesn't just need to win this game. He needs to win this game strong.
85.
Well, Lukas won strong on Monday, 4-1 with a 98.24.
97.
Would you dare brave taking on the 4-7 about Lukas in this one?
140.
And what we've seen over 2 days and what we've seen today, I mean, I can't ignore the fact that Baker won yesterday 4-2, but it was a
140.
slightly
He's got
off colour
141.
Lukas Wenig on that occasion, where his form today, well, his form from both,
99. Lukas, you're
unlike our
56.
previous 2 matches, well, previous 3 really, I mean, we suggested that if Lukas made the kind of start he's made in terms of his finishing
44.
over the
So
course
we
of the
require
opening 2 days,
42.
Franz could be in the mix. We fancied Scott to win against Gavin.
Game shot the
And
first
we
leg.
tipped up the
Scott
upset
Baker.
with Davy beating Thibault, but it's hard to see,
Second leg is Scott to throw
especially
first.
against her, how Baker was going to get too much out of this one. But he's made the perfect start, and he went 4 out of 4 on his doubles,
100.
Lukas, and then just missed 2 to win the opening leg with throw. Baker's now 5 from 5.
There's 2 things that Scott needs to do if he's going to win this
100.
game. The first one is keep those doubling stats up. He's not going to keep them at 100%. But he's 5 from 5, like you say. The other thing he needs to do is he needs to keep
43.
the 140s going. They have been his strong point. He is miles clear of the chasing pack on that stat. If he can keep them going, he's going to give himself chances.
100.
If he can keep them going, he's going to keep the pressure on Lukas Wenig at the back end of legs. And like the last one, if Lukas does miss, he will be there to strike.
121.
Lukas is the more consistent of the 2. Baker potentially the more flamboyant.
83.
We said it's not just about Baker winning this. Baker needs to win this well.
Yeah, it's how he wins it, isn't it?
45.
There is a massive void, which can be, I mean, could he win 4-0? I suppose so, but it would be unlikely.
98.
Becomes more likely if he can find one of those 140s here, which he cannot. But a couple of trebles will certainly
125.
strengthen the
Lukas,
case.
you've got 120.
67, he should be getting a dart. Lukas needs a treble to get a dart. He's got it. Tops.
100.
Comes
So it
low. Offers
requires
Scott Baker the
67.
opportunity to double his lead. Confirm the break of throw.
Well, that's absolutely
58.
bamboozling
Because you
dart.
require
Shouldn't have been
20.
anywhere near the ball on that occasion. On 65, should have been 15 and ball. The wire buckled.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Lukas
really
Wenig.
there, Scott Baker has been punished by a poor choice on 65.
Third leg is Lukas to throw
Different
first.
game with 3 in hand.
Game on.
I think all
You've got
things
2.
considered, it's probably a fair scoreline.
Yeah, yeah.
They've both missed opportunities. They've both handed the other one an opportunity and the other one's taken it. So we're probably where we should be
100.
right now.
$125.
interesting that you say from 67 should be getting at least
96.
8
Well,
darts.
when you've hit the 2, you know, you're aiming at the ball, hoping to hit a 25, and more often than not, you'll hit the ball.
60.
You know, if he wanted to be aggressive, he could have gone treble 15, the single, leaving a dart at the ball.
Just playing the odds, playing the percentages, giving yourself the opportunity.
138.
Risk. $140. Lucas,
Six darts for Lucas to get our first hold of throw in this match. He's going down. He gets it. 18.
135.
Thought about it, didn't he?
Well, he had a little look, didn't he? He knows with his opponent on 176, and he'll be aware of the scoring power of Baker. Had he gone for the ball, he could have put himself under pressure, and that's fabulous board management and great maturity from a player with very little experience.
We'll get Scott to throw first.
Yeah, you see he had a flick over. That's where the scoreboard is, over to the left-hand side of the players. Our right as we're looking at them.
Yeah, it's basically like a chalkboard, but it's electronic, isn't it? Fortunately, it's not one of those, I'm sure you played on one, where the averages are on the show, and there's nothing worse than when you're struggling, looking over and seeing that you're averaging in the low 70s. It absolutely crucifies you, doesn't it?
89.
All that's on there is the score hit, the score left, and the leg score. All in HD.
89.
All you really want to know as a player, isn't
Yep.
it?
That's it. What you want, what your opponent wants, and what the score is.
85.
Talk about averages, and you talked about county and people really caring about those, and we see that still even now. Like when you look at a player like Michael van Gerwen and you watch him on the Pro Tour, as soon as the game's done, the first thing he looks at is the tablet to see
140.
what the average is. Surprising how many people really get drawn into averages and stats, and like I say, the only stat really that matters is that
60.
Yeah, I think once, you know, even playing Super League now, as soon as I've won, I thought as long as I've won, that's. But when you've won and you think, oh, I think I've played well there, a lot of it is to maybe just a
139's got your record.
confirmation of you play as well as you feel that you've played. Lucas starting to take control
Lucas, you require 58
of this match. 58 points away from a 3-1 lead and the chance to throw for a 4-1 win.
Lukas Wenig.
And that is 3 on the spin for the German.
Sort of feel
If it's
in relation
Lucas
to the
to throw
group
first.
table and
Game
the way
on.
this league's going to go, that even from this point he's done enough in this game. Even if Scott Baker comes back and takes this win, which when Lucas is averaging 99,
140.
he's going to break 100 now. He broke 100 in his first game with 105. You sort of feel job done, because the worst case scenario here is Scott Baker's just going to take a leg in that legs column, which is going to be a factor. It's going to go beyond points if Lukas Wenig is not going to win this group.
Yeah. Well, what this tells me is that maybe he was a little nervous. He mentioned it with that chat with Henry of how much he's enjoying it, and you know how much it feels like it's that, you know, big stage and under the lights, and maybe he's a little bit more comfortable, and he's showing us what he's truly capable of. Because at the moment, he is playing at the top of his game. 105.47 in the opening match, 101.39 in this one.
$64. Scott, you record 121.
Sort of feel that Lucas is capable of hitting anything, which means Scott's going to need to get this wrapped up. He did this earlier in his opening game.
Lucas, you require 97.
Repeated defeat there. Lukas Wenig, this will pretty much be all she wrote for the top position of Group A. He takes a 4-1 victory here.
57. Scott, you require 25.
Oh, there's big pressure on it, isn't there? And there is the pressure. So he's only going to get one dart.
17. Lucas, you require 40.
this for the match.
Game shot on
wraps
the
up the
match.
match and potentially wraps
Lukas
up
Wenig.
Group A. Mathematically not over yet, but pretty much certain here that Lukas Wenig will be taking Group A. Get himself a couple of days off and through to Saturday's final. Another great performance there from Lukas Wenig. Follows up that 105 average in the opening game with a 95. It's another 3 legs in the legs column. Interesting to see how that one develops out through today. But that is another 2 points on the board for Lukas Wenig.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a win that could be for Lukas Wenig. That could be the victory that seals his place into Saturday night's finals. Let's have a look at the stats from his 4-1 victory against Scott Baker, his closest rival in Group A. An average of 95.8 was what saw Wenig over the line. It was over the ton for the most part, 1 maximum apiece, 4 from 11 on the doubles and a high out of 58. So that is a huge win for Lukas Wenig. Let's see what that does then to the table in Group A, because it extends his lead to 6 points over Scott Baker. Baker can still mathematically qualify, although there's going to have to be a lot of variables now following that win for that to happen. So next up for us is Davy Proosten up against Franz Roetzsch. Both players now looking to get as many victories as possible ahead of the Thursday and Friday sessions. For Franz, his priority will be to get himself into Group B. We'll have a 3 from 5 chance of making his way through, as opposed to the Group C scenario where it is 2 from 6. That's where we're likely to see Davy on Thursday and Friday. But let's get them on the stage now, get the action underway, and in the commentary box, 2 men who definitely know their darts. It's primetime Matt Edgar and Chris Mason. Chaps, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Henry, and what a performance that was again from Lukas Wenig. Yep, myself and Matt totally concur. That is Group A done and dusted in terms who's going to win it and progress through to Saturday night's final. Mathematically, yes. Will it happen? Absolutely not. Not the way he's playing today, that's for sure. And as Matt has already mentioned, there is a 17-point leg difference gap between himself and Scott, so he would have to lose his remaining 3 games 4-0, which is not going to happen with the level of play he is at. Now, I like Franz in this one. What say you, Matt Edgar? 4-5.
The form line,
85.
the stats, the averages, everything suggests that he's got 3 extra darts over
45.
Davy. Davy needs to find 3 darts. Davy's average now has dropped to an 81.71 for the week. He's got 2 wins out of 11.
95.
81.71. Franz, 87.52, which means he broke through that 83 barrier. So what that means is he's using a visit less over 11 matches. It's quite a lot of data and stats to look over.
I think it's a knee-jerk reaction after Davy defeated Franz and picked up his first win in this Group A, which was his penultimate game of the day yesterday, beating Franz 4-2, but Franz only averaged 78, and that was a really, maybe a bit of fatigue was coming into it.
95.
We have seen an improved Davy since he's been throwing the darts a little bit quicker, been less deliberate throwing. He had that dart to beat Tricole. He missed 3 match darts to beat Lukas Wenig.
121.
So it is improved, but there's still just far too many trebleless visits, and
too many loose ones.
You sort of feel that it means he's got to go out on the doubles very quick. That's something we've seen a lot from Franz.
Yeah, when they met on Monday, when Franz was relatively fresh and playing his second match of the day like he is here, he defeated Davy 4-1 with a 99.2, and that is a beautiful finish to break throw, a 1-5-8
So like it's France to throw first. Game on.
A 15 darter. I think that 4-5 was absolutely huge. Or massive.
95. 60.
Do get asked that question as well. Are we allowed to bet? Well, we're not allowed anyway, so obviously we don't. This falls under the auspices of the DRA. So anybody involved in the live, the Super Series and its predecessor, the Live Lounge, including the players, are not allowed to bet or influence any kind of
60.
bet to friends and family. Players have their phones taken away upon arrival. They're put in safety deposit boxes for the day. Well,
85.
Playing. One thing we strive is integrity. And as you've seen, we've seen players
60.
who are completely dead and buried, cost other players places in the latter stages, when for them it's a dead rubber.
140.
He's not showing any darts at the moment to suggest that he's going to be following that trend. Trebleless visits is something I've highlighted as a bit of a concern. This is
82
in this leg alone, where he hasn't found a treble in 4 visits to the board. We said that Franz, statistically, was 3 darts better.
On the second leg. Franz Roetzsch.
Actually, at the moment, about 6 darts better. And he's 2 legs better as well.
Yeah, back-to-back 15 darts, a 158 checkout, backed up with an 82 checkout. Although he was defeated in his opening match today by an inspired performance from table-topping Lukas Wenig, his average was 92.21. He only got 2 darts at a double. Lukas, of course, averaged that fabulous 105.47 with 4 out of 4. Well, Franz is backing up that performance and some
140.
I like to find some stats that dig deeper into them, and we talk about the 180s, and Franz has hit a few 180s throughout this week, but they tend to come in clusters. He didn't hit a 180 in his opening leg, so this percentage is going to be even higher.
25.
He has not hit a 180 in 70% of his matches so far in this Super Series, and he didn't hit one in his opening game either. So that stat is going to be even more increased.
59.
And he doesn't have one in this either.
Yeah. The odds. You would think the odds would come down, but he was to have just 180 in this match was 11 to 10.
137.
If this was a match that I thought would have gone
58.
6, maybe 7 legs, that was going to be my advice. Just looking at those amount of legs that have passed where he hasn't hit a 180.
75. Davy, 144.
Tend to find when he gets a 180 in a game, he gets 2 or 3. And that's why his 180 stats are higher.
52.
Not as high as you'd expect in terms of the amount of games he hits them in.
Yeah, the actual strike rate.
140.
Like
Davy,
opening
192.
his leg with 17 and 25, he'd have no chance. But breathing down Davy's neck.
86.
Davy's
Points
left
require
himself
107.
dirty double 3. Well, can he finish this? No. Cancel that.
Even to be getting a shot at this against a throw, starting with 17 and 25 is quite
34.
surprising. But like I said, dirty double
Davy
3. No one
requires
likes
6.
it down here, especially with Davy whose dart stick up. He might use the 2. He'll come around
Game
it,
shot
comes
the
round it
third
well.
leg.
Good dart
Davy
there for Davy.
Proosten.
It's a leg on the board to hold a throw.
Yep, that was a solid double 3.
Fourth leg, it's France to throw first.
Again, we've
Game
mentioned
on.
it so many times. You've got to attack them. Can't just put one out there. Different on double 1. You've got to. I don't know whether they used to say it in your pub, but or maybe it was just a Bristol
100.
thing. But 1 up, 1 in.
Yep.
Just get one just over it to give you a bit of a feel of weight of throw.
95. 100. 55.
I am going to be fascinated to see Davy's approach tomorrow, and it is a fresh start. But
135.
he's going to be in a real tough group tomorrow. It's not like it's going to get any easier.
100.
When you see who's coming in tomorrow, Matt.
Mentioned at the start of the show about how we've been talking about how well Lukas Wenig's been playing this week. And he's on a 91.10 average. Josh Payne is coming into that group. He's on a 91.35. And that is over 147 matches.
Yeah, that's seriously impressive.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
As is that,
Franz
because that
Roetzsch.
makes it winning legs for Franz Roetzsch, all in 15
It's
darts.
Davy to throw
He had that
first.
disastrous
Game on.
leg 3, which has destroyed his average of where it was. But more importantly, which is something we talk about often, is
123.
the winning legs average. They're the important ones.
Especially when you've got the throw.
Yeah,
If you're going out in 15 darts
100.
with the darts, it's going to force Davy to have to go out in 12.
correct.
100.
Which, interestingly, something that Thibault Tricole's not managed to do yet. 13 darter, his best leg. Everyone else has recorded a leg in 4 visits or less.
45.
Thibault coming up in the next game against Gavin Carlin, which is a battle for Group B places. And he's against the
95.
throw, which you'd normally say you need to have one of those sort of 4 visit legs.
And timed.
140.
Another 140. That's a fourth 140 for Franz. Only, I was
140.
going to say only 1, now 2.
It's a good leg for Davy when you've spent the morning getting pumped a bit. So you've
60.
been pumped
Davy
all
require
week. And
43.
then you respond like this, leaving a 43 after 12 darts when it was so easy just to roll over.
23.
one thing that
France require
I'm
156.
personally immensely proud of, seeing the players trying when they could quite easily, you know, sort of just bin it off.
85.
Been far too
Davy
much fun in that
required
practice
20.
room next door, aren't they? I hope I have plenty to laugh about. People aren't just laughing at me.
No score.
The back end of the leg's been a bit of Achilles heel for Davy all week, and it's
Yep.
come up again here. This
France
is something
requires
that hasn't been an
71.
Achilles heel for Franz. Been polishing these off for fun.
Well, very much like Davy's been on the scoring. If it goes in early, then he looks okay. But this man's finishing has been rock solid. 3 out of 5 so far.
63. Davy required
Another opportunity
20.
for Davy to register another leg. When you say about smiling and laughing, he'll be both doing them.
Game
Slide
shot on the
inside
5th
there.
leg.
This is
Davy
something to
Proosten.
smile about. It's a double 10. Another leg on the board to hold a throw.
Again, both of his holds
6th
a
leg is
throw.
France to
have
throw
been in
first.
20 darts. Difference in out and out quality here
139.
Said about
is
the
evident.
practice room and the noise coming from it. And you tend to find when you get that, you get a more flamboyant
123.
game, you get better game, you get better standards, because when the players are enjoying it,
And they're comfortable around each other.
yeah, they've had a couple of days now to
Get to know each other.
Yep.
100.
tend to find that I love playing in groups where the practice room is fun.
77.
Yeah, that's the one thing I sort of, the fond memories of playing is the banter in the practice rooms and the fun, and we'd be
92.
playing all sorts of different games, and everybody puts 50p, and you'd think you were playing for 50 million when you won it.
180. Branch of a
First
170.
180 of the contest, and it is against the throw. Oh, hello. Seen a 10-darter. Can we see a 170?
98.
Or can Davy
Davy
produce
require
a 121?
121.
It'll take us all the way to a decider where Davy would have the throw. Ball
96.
just comes wide.
France requires 72.
Franz 72. This is for the match. Double 12.
Go
And he
shot
wraps
on
it
the
up on the
match.
72.
France
That is a
Roetzsch.
14-dart leg from Franz. And it's most importantly 2 points on the board. And he keeps himself in the running for the contention for Group B. 4-2 victory for France.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are a third of the way through the action here on Wednesday. It's the final day of Group A here in Week 10, and Matthew Edgar is alongside me on the balcony to look back at all of the action. We'll begin with the game we've just seen, a 4-2 victory for Franz Roetzsch against Davy Proosten, a 92.37 average, and that fantastic 1.58 checkout being the highlight.
That's what Franz did in his opening game as well, around that 92 sort of average. So he's certainly turned up today with an increased level of performance. He's had a couple of days to settle into this now. You say about the debutants and how they sort of react to that. And he's reacting well to it now after having a bit of a settler.
Indeed. Well, let's see what the first few games have done to the league table. That crucial game between Wenig and Baker has probably seen the German go through now.
I think more than probably. Look at that leg difference, 23 in the plus column there. No one's near him. Scott Baker the closest on 6, and there's a 6-point gap. There's only 6 points left to play for. It's done.
Do you think Scott Baker's set in Group B now?
Potentially. It's not over yet in terms of that race. There's still plenty to play for, and Gavin and Thibault have both got a game here, so they're going to be closing that in and closing those leg differences a little bit as well. So Scott's still got a little bit of work to do. He's not there yet.
And we looked at the table and you could see that battle for third place. It looks as if it's set to go all the way down to the wire.
Absolutely, as it always does with these things. When we get these Group A, a lot of the time we've got players that are just beating each other all the way through, and that's what we're getting here. We've got obviously Lukas running away with it at the top, but then everyone's beating each other, so it's going to be an interesting end to the day.
Coming up next, definitely Gavin Carlin in action up against Thibault Tricole. I will get it right one day. I do get the odd thing right here at the Super Series. And as you said, it's so crucial. Victory for them puts them in pole position in trying to be in that race for third spot. The loser could have a bit of a race to get there.
Then it's going to come down to not just winning, but winning big. At the moment, it's still in your hands where you don't need other results to go right, and that's where you want it to be. As a dart player, you want this in your hands. You don't want to be watching that screen while you're trying to practice and get ready for your own game, thinking, I hope he wins or I hope he loses this leg. You want it in your own hands, and right now they're in that position. So still a strong position for every one of those players. And
the good thing is that all of our matches are in the capable hands of our referee, Owen Binks, and the commentary team of Matt Edgar, who's going to race his way down to join Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. You know, I echo everything that Matt has said there. This is a massive game, and well, despite Gavin getting beat 4-0 and only averaging 74.55, and Thibault getting beat 4-2 with an 82.25, there has been interest in Gavin, and he's been backed into 8-11.
Okay, first leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
About Thibault.
Game
we
on.
know he starts slow on each day. We've seen that, but does improve. Well, it's just
99.
a bit of a footnote, really, that the value may be with Thibault Tricole here at evens. I think the start of the day, Gavin was 4-5, Matt, wasn't he?
yeah, 4-5 on Gavin before a dart was thrown. 1-1 on the head-to-head stats. So
yeah, even money now for Thibault, 8-11 for Gavin.
So a little bit of a punt going in on Gavin. I'm
60.
guessing the advantage of the throws probably.
But he only averaged 74.55 in that 4-0 defeat to Baker.
42.
Didn't really look too likely in that game either. I know Scott was playing extremely well, but Gavin hasn't even had a dart at a double yet today.
100.
The historic stats show us that in matches 2 and onwards, Thibault starts to improve.
68.
Just looking back at that game with Gavin as well, he only registered 3 scores over 100. 2 100s and 1 140.
100.
Why he didn't get a dart at the double.
Yep. Thibault down to
97.
118. Good cover shot from
118.
Gavin. This is for a potential break a throw and 1-0 lead. Should stay. Double 19.
80. Gavin, you require 95.
Got choices here. You can go aggressively and go for the treble and look at the 19s, or we can go at the bull. That was at the bull, it's in the 5. Leaves him 90.
Well, I wouldn't have taken a step back there because I'd have had my eye on the ball.
Game shot on the first leg. Gavin Carlin.
Well, that will hurt Tricole because that dart of the ball was literally nowhere near.
Second leg is Thibault to throw first.
That's his first start of the double today, and things it in 1. 100% on the double so far today is Gavin.
87.
I think I'd come out with, I was 100% on doubles at one point today.
85.
I think when I played Michael van Gerwen in the Players' Championship finals, in the interview I said we've got something like
140.
52 major titles between us.
$70.
The thing you can always say when you play Phil Taylor, isn't it, as well? 16 world titles between the players on stage.
100.
Well, we did it that 9 dart.
115.
I was actually there for that one as well, actually. I was on the second row of tables.
60.
There was some atmosphere in there that night.
89. Thibault, you rock 114.
Thibault for a holder throw of his own. Missed a dart in the opener on a low ton combo. That was a 118. Missed a double 19. Trying to leave himself a more
58.
conventional finish
Gavin,
there
you rock
on the tops.
142.
Gavin on 142 will not get a shot at the double from there, so he can only set it up and hope that
84. Thibault, you rock
Thibault doesn't take the
56.
56.
Are you a 17s guy now on the 142?
No. No, I like to stay on the 20 as much as possible. It's
Game shot on the
where we
second leg.
focus most of our game,
Thibault
where we focus most of
Tricole.
our practice, so why?
I like the well, depending on what my opponent
Phil,
wants.
it's
I like the
Gavin to
60
throw
ball
first.
double 16.
Game
It's
on.
just something that sort of do so many times over the course of a career. But if they're
100.
on a double, I more often than not will go the 42 for the bigger target, or if the 60's sitting sweet, stay there for the double 11. The reason I would
45.
go ball if I was a mile in front in the leg, because even if I hit a 25, of course, the 17 will leave me tops.
55.
The danger of going for the 42, you hit the single 14, you need another treble to come back with 3 darts in hand.
135.
Don't forget, in
86.
between these matches, make sure you head over to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and subscribe. Hit that notification button.
100.
We're going to use that for those of you that don't do social media, which there is plenty. You will be able to interact with the
90.
commentary team. If you've got any questions for anybody else, when we do open that chat, we'll be able to do so.
100. Gavin, you require
Got any stuff
170.
on Twitter, mate, or is it a bit quiet today?
Oh, I haven't had a look actually for a second. I've been engrossed in the action. These games have been quite
45. Do you
Close
require
and
120?
Fast and furious, haven't they?
just. I was just looking through the data as well, just to see if I could see. Oh, this would be good.
93.
See if I could see anything.
Gavin, you require
worth keeping an eye on.
125.
Gavin Carlin actually was interesting when I look at his doubling numbers. And we're seeing him go different routes of
85.
things.
Thibault, you
Stats
require
suggest he's going to be
28.
best on double 8. Double 8, he's got nearly 50% strike rating in that section. But that breakdown of the 8s sometimes leaves you on the 1 where he's been
No
7
score.
times and hit 6.
Gavin, you
That's 7
require
on the double
40.
1. Right next to that double 1 is the double 20, which is where he's going to be throwing this one.
Game shot on the third
spent
leg. Gavin
Opening
Carlin.
2 days picking players' pockets. Well, He should be 3-0 up here. And he's had his
Full flag, it's Thibault to throw
pocket
first.
picked. One down.
60.
Should be 3-0 up.
Got an interesting one here again from
98.
Paul Haswell. Must be really enjoying his darts today, sending in a couple of tweets. Nice to you to be joining us today. Says that Lukas has been absolutely lethal this
95.
week and thinks that that could have a potential ring to a nickname for Lukas, who is stuck in the Lou category at the moment.
140.
I'm not a fan of someone being in the toilet.
Lethal Lukas.
Ooh, lethal.
93.
You got any nickname suggestions that maybe we could put to Lukas? Because I'm really not a big fan of Lou. That needs a bit of development.
137.
Send them in at the Edgar 501. He's going to be here till Saturday, so a good
45.
opportunity to sit down
we
and
already
plan.
not have
Gavin,
a
you reckon
lethal?
126.
We had a lethal biscuit.
I'm not on about James Wilson.
58.
Got a ruthless, I know that. I like lethal.
58.
Might have a bit of
Gavin,
mileage.
you
That.
require 68. $52.
Well,
Thibault, you reckon 150.
I just said 88 is his double. He's around about 50%. And that is over a large amount of stats. So really,
134.
according to
Gavin, you require
data
60.
and numbers, this should go first or second dart.
Game shot.
First dart it is.
Gavin Carlin.
Sometimes the numbers guide us in the direction of the right outcome.
Yeah, well, the
Fifth leg,
numbers
it's Gavin to throw
suggested
first. Game on.
Oh, should edge this one. Full 2-ish, maybe full 3. Unfortunately, for Thibault,
135.
he's 1 from 6 on the doubles. Well, Gavin Carlin, 75%, 3 from 4.
180.
Is this one got a few more legs in it yet? Does it have some mileage?
140.
Gavin doesn't want to be doing any extra mileage here.
135.
140. Like I said yesterday, you don't get paid overtime. Getting the legs done as quickly as possible.
81.
Get back in that practice room and tell everybody else that you've just gone and took the 2 points.
Well, this one was smart for Thibault.
180.
For me,
Gavin, you reckon 145.
the better player in terms of the scoring phase of the game. More evidence of that there with
50. Thibault, you require 20.
180, 121, 180. Would have been our second 10-darter of the day. We're the doubles trouble. Going to continue.
15.
That was Thibault's chance to have a leg where
Gavin,
he's
you
gone
require
12 darts or
95.
less. 13 dart has been the best he's achieved so far, which you won't even be able to match. Now he's on the 5. 95 for Gavin. Took this out in the opening leg. He went the bullseye route that time. And a more aggressive route this way.
57.
Really well thrown final
Thibault, you
dart.
require 5.
Well, Thibault's got plenty to do here. Just gets the one. Nowhere near.
3. Gavin, you require 38.
In that one.
Pressure, isn't it?
And he's changed his rhythm. In that scoring phase, he was rattling his way down. Going to split this.
6.
Thibault
Thibault, you
will come
require
back.
2.
Thibault wants Gavin to throw at the double one for him.
No score.
Well, he could have wrapped this up in 10 darts.
Gavin, you require
And after
32.
18 darts, he's going to watch Gavin throwing in a preferred section of the board.
Game
He was never going to miss 2 darts at that. Double 8, his favourite double, according to the stats, and he sees it out with the last dart in hand. Thibault could have gone out in 10 darts, but ends up losing the leg and ultimately losing the match. Gavin Carlin takes that 4-1, takes 2 points and keeps himself in the running for that Group B position.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was victory for Gavin Carlin up against the Frenchman Thibault Tricole as you complete the second cycle of fixtures here on day 3 of Group A in week 10. Let's have a look then at the stats from that one. Thibault, despite having the better average, went down 4-1, and that was courtesy of a 1 from 13 strike rate on the checkouts. Gavin Carlin, 36.36%, 95 high outs, and he is a 4-1 victor in that match. Let's have a look then at the table, because we are at a crucial point in the day now. As you can see, everyone has played 12 matches in the group. Lukas Wenig can qualify for Saturday night's final with victory in this particular encounter. He takes on Davy Proosten, who is at the bottom of the table. So it's the 2 players that bookend our table taking part in our next match. In the middle of the table, Baker, Roetzsch, Carlin and Tricole, they are all battling their way to a 2nd and 3rd spot in the group, you'd think, to qualify through to Group B, which gives you a 3 from 5 chance of progressing through to Saturday night's finals. Lukas Wenig could be there then with victory against Davy Proosten. Let's hand back to our commentators.
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, we have been looking at all the numbers yet again, and Matt mentioned something about a player being a dart behind. Well, Davy's a whole throw behind, well, more than a throw behind, probably 4.5 darts. The averages for just today, take some reading. Lukas averaging 100, Davy averaging 77. My advice would be to take them on here. Minus 2.5 Lukas, 11 to 8. He's 1 to 4 just to win the game. No value there, really.
Hey, first, I guess Lukas to throw
monstrous
first.
punter. Davy, 11 to 4. Lukas has the darts as well. I can't see anything but a thumping here.
everything suggests that. Even the league table,
58.
41 legs between them. Plus 23 for Lukas, minus 18 for Davy. 4 points on the board.
100.
Davy. But there's always a but. Yesterday, Davy missed 3 match darts to beat Lukas.
137.
Yeah, one of Lucas's worst performances over the course of 2 days. What's he doing here?
180.
Stop it, Davy.
When I went up to the press position,
59.
and he was punched up just outside the practice room. He was knelt over, and as I went past, he went, "I need to get angry."
60.
Interesting. Don't get angry, get even.
We'll see if he's going to be angry or happy at the end of this one.
60. Davy Rook
At the moment, he's got
161.
to be quite happy with this start. 161 after 9 is tidy.
He's the Hulk.
53.
He's playing against the Hulk. Don't want to make him angry.
Yes.
Both in. Treble 17.
171. Davy
Well,
Rook
that
108.
Cancels out the max. From Davy in the leg.
Game shot on the first.
108 finish
Davy
from
Proosten.
Davy in the opening leg. That is a 15 darter. That's the best we've seen from him so far today. Yeah,
So
lovely
against Davy
108
to throw
finish.
first. Game on.
Said there's always a but. And is that but being an angry Davy Proosten?
20.
Oh, yeah. Well, was a breaker throw as well, so an added bonus.
140.
But you wouldn't be too panicked yet with Lukas Wenig's stats against the throw. Coming into today,
97.
he has won 17, lost 11 against the throw. So 17 out of 28 legs he is winning against the darts, which normally
100.
the other way around, you'd be happy with 11.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's that scoring power, isn't it?
85.
He's been showing that scoring power all day, running around about the 100 mark for the day. He's certainly going to be around the 100 mark with darts like this.
140.
He's well over 90 for the entirety of this Group A.
140. Lukas Wenig 121.
81-ish, isn't he? I like that play. When your opponent's on 159, he will have no thought about going for the ball with his final dart. So the 25 leaves 96, giving you
83. Lukas requires
2 bites
16.
of the cherry at the treble 20. He's left double 8.
Game shot in the
What a
second
reply.
leg. Lukas
15
Wenig.
dart breaker throw. The response is a 13 dart breaker throw from Lukas Wenig.
Third against Lukas to throw
I
first.
feel like we need to get like a stream deck with Lukas Wenig breaks the throw on repeat, so we can just press it, so we don't have to keep saying it. Because he's doing it all the time.
97.
Again, seeing him, his average of the day is over a ton.
40.
Averaging over 100 here, and a disappointing start to this leg, as he did in leg 2.
$140.
The fourth score of 140 or more already for Lukas Wenig. That scoring power
45.
on display, on show for you to enjoy. He's in again.
85. $140.
Plenty of time on his hands here. Certainly a guy that doesn't waste much time. Wants to mathematically secure his place in Saturday's
180.
final.
Lucas, you're quite 82.
Again, Davy, just sometimes when you play players, they bring the best out in you. And it appears that Lucas is bringing the best out
On the
in
third leg.
Davy.
Lukas Wenig.
Well, Lucas just keeps bringing his best out all the way through. 82 finish there for Lucas.
Davy to throw first. Game on.
Deflects the 180 as nothing.
Yeah, that was a great finish under the pressure of the max from
125.
This is a much improved
95.
Davy Proosten.
Oh, night and day, isn't it? It's like comparing apples and oranges.
Said he needed to get angry. He
135.
said he needed to find something. He's finding something here. Just shy of the 100 average, which has been nowhere near that
123.
the last couple of days. So
26.
sometimes you get caught up in the league table, you get caught up in the trying to win, and all that's kind of gone at the moment, and he's just
38.
attacking.
Trying to establish the
139.
length of career so far for Lucas, and we can compare him to where other players were after playing the game at a serious level after
140.
2 or 3 years.
You've got 76.
He did enter Q School in 2019.
Game show on the fourth leg. Davy
Davy
Proosten.
76 finish. 100% on the doubles. He took out the 108 in the opening leg, and he just took out the 76 with one dart in
Lucas
hand.
to throw first.
He's levelled this game up. It's 2 apiece.
Well, there's not been a leg. Over 15, 2 winning legs
180.
for Davy have been both one in 15, one with 108 checkout. That one you just mentioned there was 76. And it's been
60.
13 and 15 for Lucas.
Was just about to say he has done a 9-darter
80.
before, and very recently. That was on the Challenge Tour. And it was level and 4 all.
Well, he did play on the
38.
Dev Tour as far back as 2016. He played
123.
in development tours 5, 6, and 7. Didn't win a game. Won 1 game in
137. Lucas, you're
development tour
118.
number 8. Didn't play for nearly 2 years. Came back in 2018.
41.
Won 1 game in development tour 1, 1 in development tour 2. I'm trying to see where the
81.
pattern and
Lucas,
time
requires
changed, where he
77.
started to win multiple matches. This is for another 15 dart.
Game
5
show
visit
on
or
the fifth leg.
less leg.
Lucas Wenig.
And he's done just that with a 14 darter. This is some match.
Super it's Davy to throw first. Game on.
Well, we've had 5 attempts at doubles between them. We've had 5 hit. 100% on the doubles for both.
134.
Just looking at the 100+ column, the 140 column, the 180 column. Davy's put in marks in that column in this
60.
game.
First time, really. As many 180s as it 140s too.
100.
He's looking likely, and I say sometimes there's just something about someone's pace or something about players that you just enjoy playing against.
140.
And Davy obviously finds that when he's playing against Lukas Wenig.
97.
He's not super quick, is he, Lucas? He's, you know, he's medium paced. I'm trying to work out whether it may be the
100.
tempo of the
Davy
match.
record 170.
I've not seen a performance anywhere near anything like this from what we're seeing here from
134.
And again, finding the 134 to leave 36 after 12.
177. Davy
What an
36.
incredible shot from Lucas.
Game shot on the 6th
But
leg.
what an incredible shot
Davy
from
Proosten.
Davy. It is 6 darts thrown at a double in this game and 6 all hit, but I am going to give you a stat that is going to be
7th and final
alarming if
against
you are
Lucas to
following
throw
Davy.
first.
Davy has never, in any of his games at the Super Series or any other previous formats, won a game
97.
4-3. He has 8 times gone the distance and 8 times lost.
60.
Like the opposite of MVG, isn't it?
The complete opposite of the man he's playing as well, who has not lost a game. for the field, I believe.
96.
Well, if you're gonna do it,
140.
might as well do it now against the table topper.
Yeah, the best player so far we've seen in week 10.
58.
Averaged 105 in his opening. He averaged nearly 96 in the previous game.
96.
103 in this one. We'd probably feel quite harshly done by if he loses this, but this is a much improved performance from Davy. 97. He's been nowhere near that all week, and it's potentially 6 darts away from a
85.
huge 2 points because Lucas cannot take out the 165.
Oh,
93.
17 points above and beyond his running average. Oh, amazed he didn't go on the 19s. It's could go ball, guaranteeing 2 at tops. Could go treble 15, guaranteeing 3. Wow,
125.
what a dart that is.
112.
The way this one has gone, do not be surprised if Davy pops this one away. Double 16.
80. Lucas, you
He
require
missed
40.
3 match darts yesterday. He misses 1 today. Will he get more?
Game
No.
shot on the match.
Lucas Wenig
Lucas
wraps it up.
Wenig.
An incredible performance again there from Lukas Wenig. Much improved from Davy Proosten. That'll be interesting to see how that develops over the rest of the day and how that goes into Group C. He's got something to cling on to there. But one player will not be seen on Thursday and Friday. It will be Lukas Wenig, who has really upped it today, up to 103.98 in that game. 100% on the doubles. And he will move through to Saturday's final, where he will be playing for £5,000.
So there we have it. We know the identity now of our first player through to Saturday night's finals here at the MODUS Super Series, and it is congratulations to Lukas Wenig, who has qualified courtesy of that 4-3 victory against Davy Proosten, and what a way to do it as well. 103.98 average. It was a quality affair all round. Davy Proosten himself 96.43. It's been a much improved Wednesday for the Dutchman, but he couldn't get over the line in that one. 4 from 4 once again on the checkouts. There was only one dart missed at double in the entirety of that match over the 7 legs. The high out being a 108 for Proosten. What an incredible game. I'm sure we'll see that highlighted up later on this evening on our social media feeds. So Wenig is through to the finals, where you can join us as well for the Darty Party in Pompey. Head over to dartshop.tv for more information on how you can get the tickets. It's £5, but refundable as a token behind the bar once you arrive at the venue. So very quickly, let's have a look then at the table so we can dot the I's, cross the T's and tell you how it has gone. So Wenig on 22 points now, cannot be caught. It's an unassailable position for him. And so for players on 2 down to 5, it's about making sure you're in Thursday night Group B, where it is 3 from 5 who progress their way through. That is going to be the focus for the next 2 players we're going to see on the hockey now. It's Scott Baker up against Thibault Tricole in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, this is big for both. A win here for Baker more or less confirms his place in Group B, where 3 from 5 progress to join Lukas Wenig, who is in a rich vein of form, averaging close to 102 so far today.
He also moved himself to being the favourite to win this. That will be because he's through to Saturday already, and Josh Payne hasn't yet started his campaign or got through the group. But be interesting to see how that goes. That'll be a proper heavyweight tussle, won't it? Both on the hockey and in general terms as well. 2 players very well stacked in the muscle department.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, and it was a good point, it's all about stability, isn't it? And he is getting better, whereas another indication of the fitness where
Game on.
maybe a few players just start to flag.
97.
This is a fascinating tie. They went 8-13. Baker.
140.
Thibault.
140.
To find a win today.
I think it was John Part who said that he judges people on 2 different energy systems, so to speak, the mental and the physical,
60.
as if it's 2 completely different aspects. But the advantage of someone who is as visibly
100.
fit as Lukas Wenig is you tend to find when you are fit, the mind thinks differently, it thinks clearly.
Well, they do say fit in body, fit in mind, don't they, for a reason. And again, it's all those all-important chemicals. Ball, and he'll go for it.
131.
Would have been our highest finish of the week, wouldn't it? 161 from Baker is our best.
83. He's got your required 33.
Things for Baker is so quick.
1.
You can sort of be out of the game in a blink of an eye.
I was almost about to say he seems quicker to me in this game.
Well, quick players can tend to do that.
131.
Slow, but
32.
Baker will struggle to get the required rhythm. Yeah.
Game shot in the first leg. Scott Baker.
In the end for an 18-dart hold. But it was a super setup from Thibault. Just do a slight bit of pressure.
To throw first.
Thibault is under pressure in this game.
Yeah.
10 points and minus 11 on the legs. If he loses this, he's as good as out of the running for Group B.
Because of that leg difference tally.
And you sort of feel every time Scott takes a leg, Thibault's chances get smaller and smaller because he needs big wins. Wins aren't enough, really. He needs to win big, and he needs to win big over those players above him, which Scott Baker is the leading player in that category so far.
Baker won this time
85.
Monday 4-1 with a 94.64.
140.
Revenge yesterday for Thibault. Another one that Baker looked in
100.
control of. Thibault winning 4-3 with an 89.41.
150.
Fantastic darts there to leave the double 16. Best leg of
60
the week
to
so
be
far.
required,
He's a 13
32.
darter. He's done it twice. He won't be doing it for a third time.
60.
Certainly not in this leg, but he couldn't have got much closer than that. But because of that power scoring coming down, the 150, the 140, the 136,
100
gives
to
him
be
the luxury
required,
of
16.
time.
Not anymore. Oh my goodness. That's 3 on the money.
No score. Scott, you require 96.
There's a route through there. He'd have to have gone right the way over to Southampton to have thrown that one to get that round.
Well, he got hurt against Gavin
56.
Carlin
He
through
requires
missed
16.
darts at doubles. A game he lost 4-1 where he could have easily won 4-1.
8.
Trouble
Scott, you require
was
40.
the double, and that's continued into this one.
Game shown the second leg.
Well, didn't even
Scott Baker.
wear a mask, and that's a 21 dart break of throw. The 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's
9
Scott to throw
darts
first.
at a double.
Game on.
Said all week that Tricole's been picking the pocket
81.
of players. Just had a taste of his own medicine in that one.
Yeah, and in the previous game against Gavin.
66.
I suppose if
Karma.
we're going to use the luck word, the thing is eventually that will run out.
125.
And you sort of just feel that we're at that point now where people are just fed up of missing against him.
45.
And the average just keeps coming down. We said when he was playing against Davy Proosten earlier that
140.
the stats between the two and the points between the two are just a bit false.
Yep.
100. Scott, you require 155. 45.
Too much damage done with Tricole back on 290. He can put a hole in that.
100. Scott, you require 110.
Not too much damage done. The damage was already done in the opening part of the leg. Scott Baker racing down.
54.
Tricole going left and right in that bed, finding the ones and the fives.
78.
Losing the
Scott, you
line.
require 56.
And you start losing that vertical line as a pro darter.
Game
There's
shown the
problems.
third leg.
He's
Scott
got big
Baker.
problems here.
Yeah, better leg there from Baker. Best leg of the match so far at a 17 darter.
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to throw
It's not
first.
been pretty. It's been effective. And as somebody you mentioned at the start of this match, that it was
83.
imperative that, well, Thibault won the match and won it well. Because if he was on the end
180.
of a 4-0 and a 4-0 defeat, he would go.
81.
Well, he would stay on 10 points, but go on to minus 15, and that's his race run in terms of
140.
nicking that third spot off of either Gavin Carlin or Franz Roetzsch.
We're starting to put lines through people now.
Six.
Aren't we?
Yeah.
There's a line through Lucas. He's out of the running as far as the table goes. There's a line through Davy
97.
Proosten. We could put one through Tricole and possibly one through Scott Baker, because if he takes a 4-0 victory here, he's pretty much in Group B. So we'll only be
60.
playing for
So we
one
require
place
84.
left in that Group B position.
Well, yeah, he's pretty much home and hose defeat wins it
59.
4-0 because he'll go on to 16 points plus 10. His nearest rival is Franz on 12 points
95.
plus
So we
2.
require 25.
But with a game in hand, and of course, Franz and
Game shot
Gavin
on
are
the
playing
match.
each other in
Scott
our very next
Baker.
match as Scott Baker does Bagel Tricole. 4-0 with an 84-68. 3-140s, 4 out of 13 on the doubles, and that was more than enough. Well, a big game coming up next in terms of that third spot in Group A. Franz Roetzsch takes on Gavin Carlin.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we saw a super performance from Scott Baker there in a 4-0 victory against the Frenchman Thibault Tricole, which is pretty much signed, sealed and delivered his place into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Let's have a look at the statistics then from that previous game. It really was superb for Baker. 84.68 average, 4 from 13 on the doubles. That equates to just under 31% on the checkouts, a high out there of 56. So next up for us, we're going to see Franz Roetzsch in action. He's taking on Gavin Carlin. There's their third match of the day, so it'll be the completion of the third cycle of fixtures by the time we're done with this one. We're at the halfway point of day 3 here at the Super Series in week 10. Let's hand back to the always energetic Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Big game, this one. This one, 2 players that are battling out for those positions in Group B. A massive advantage for being in Group B. And these are 2 players that are still in the running for that. Tricole looks like he's out of the running now. Scott Baker looks like he's already there. So this is a big game we can't split, a big game the bookies can't split. A big game that the head-to-head stats can't split. 4-2 to Gavin Carlin on the first day. Franz taking yesterday's game 4-1, so this is all going to unfold before our eyes, and can't really offer you too much of an insight into the direction this one's going to end up going.
Well, we were talking about table position, and I didn't even realise this was the next match up, and it couldn't come at a better time.
France to throw first.
Both players will be, well, it's in their hands, isn't it? They're not relying on a series of other results. You don't get in Group B from here, it's on you.
Said that to Henry when I went up upstairs. So as a dart player, you
180.
always want it to be in your hands and your control. The worst thing you can be doing is trying to prepare for a game while watching other people play darts.
97.
Hoping that other results happen, hoping someone misses or hits. At the moment, this is still in knockout darts scenario.
82. 96. 87.
We haven't seen the best of Gavin today, which may just be the only
46.
indication
Right,
to
152.
predicting a winner in this one.
And there's little in there high
100.
performances. And there's not too much of a void. Not enough to make a difference. It's not like there's a throw in there where we always remark, if you're averaging
76.
100 or more, it's
152.
5 visits or less. If it's sort of 98 and below, that's a 16 darter, so you're requiring that
42.
6th visit. That's not the case between these two, so there may be a case for a match that will go long, but pressure will play its part in this one. It's not like it's early doors. They both be aware of table position.
9. France required 10. No score.
Ooh. There's some chat about our ideas on players ranked 65 to 128 being included in the Super Series.
40.
To mainly
France
earn some
required
money
10.
and gain some experience. Just wait for this to go.
Game shot on the first.
As it does. It's a long and in the end, but it is a hold. And the idea that, well, 1 minute they can be in the top 64 and the next minute they can be outside.
So
Well, here's a look
Gavin to
at the
throw
table,
first.
just to
Game on.
reiterate how close it is between Franz and Gavin. Yeah, so the situation of
58.
where, well, 1 minute you're in the top 64 and then you're not. Well, obviously, prior to a Pro Tour week, you make the choice. Do you play in this if you're ranked 65?
96.
You don't play in this, you would go to the event anyway and push yourself back inside the top 64. It really isn't complicated, but again,
44.
unless you've played within the system and you understand it fully, then your ignorance is obviously understood. But of course, players have to make a
100.
choice about everything. They have to make a choice whether they play in qualifiers or don't play in qualifiers, the same as the pros have to pick and choose which events they want to play in to manage their schedule. And
98.
if you're outside the top 64 in the world, it's not like you're earning a chunk of money or getting any kind of under the light experience.
57.
And this, of course, if you whoa, if you opted out and you come here and win 5 grand, then you've made the right choice because you put yourself in the
140.
mix to win another 20.
What a recovery, though, that was from Gavin. You know, when you've nearly pinned Franz to the board, and it could be quite easy there just to have been rattled a little bit by
Gavin,
that.
you were 161.
And then to hit 2 treble 20s. And Franz, despite that near-death experience there, comes back and hits a 180.
129. France requires 68.
And of course, if you're in and around that mix of being in the top 64 and it's coming towards the world, you're going to make the sensible decision for your career. But if you're ranked
48.
80 odd in the world
Gavin, you require
and you're not
32.
in any position to qualify for anything, why would you give up a weekend? And of course,
Game
there's
show
that
the
massive
second leg.
period of time
Gavin
where
Carlin.
players are sat on their hands if you're outside the top 64 in the world. So you have no opportunity to move forward. It's not on a
Delegates
weekly
France to throw
basis that
first.
we're trying to poach PDC players. It's to give players some much needed experience
140.
and in some cases some money to afford to stay on that tour. You know yourself, it's a seriously expensive predicament to be in.
97.
I think the main thing that we want to see is more professional dart players. And by having a tour card doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a professional dart player.
100.
Sometimes it,
How many of those 128 have got a full-time job, do you think?
I'd say at least half.
Yeah, I would say more than half, but yeah.
140.
Or doing a part-time 3 days.
Well, they're
or-
doing some work, that's for sure, because, you know, it's,
60.
you know, again, it's not an opinion, you know, you just look at the money, it's there for you to see. You can't hide it. This idea of where they did do a money system
95.
to, you know, and it was a good idea at the time, but I don't know, when you're trying to attract potential sponsorship deals, and they say, well, how good is he? And they look at your money, and he's only earned 12 grand in 2 years,
26. France require
and he calls himself a
106.
pro in quotation marks.
68. Gavin, you require 143.
And as George mentioned in that wonderful video he did with Phil Bars, we're in no way, shape or form trying to compete
111. France
the
require
PDC, we're
38.
just almost a feeder system. Oh, that's a big miss.
30. Gavin, you
Sure, if
require
the split was the
32.
option there, you know.
Sort of does it on field, doesn't he?
James
Sometimes he
on the
splits,
third
sometimes he
leg.
doesn't.
Gavin Carlin.
It's a breaker throw for Gavin, which is the most important part there. And Gavin moves himself into a better
Full
position
limit.
now
Gavin to throw first.
in relation to Group B
Game on.
prospects. Just having a look at the social media. And we mentioned earlier about I
100.
wasn't a fan of the Lou nickname. And Chaps on Twitter has sent a couple. And I actually like one of them. I know
140.
Mace isn't a fan of it. But Sultan Venig,
45.
I'm not even sure how that would translate over there.
we spoke about the British sense of humour, and I don't think that.
No.
I don't think they'd quite get that one.
137.
Well, they quite like Mr. Bean, I do believe. He was although he didn't really say anything, did he? So
59.
I'm a fan of lethal. I think lethal works.
30.
Imagine with the big fiery lethal across his back. I like it.
55. 100.
And ultimately, my idea of 65 to 128 will be down to the players. They will choose, they will decide, because they will, of course, force the PDC to make a decision.
194.
Otherwise, we're going to get in that situation where people will look at the tour card situation and say, I don't want a tour card, I want to finish just
54.
outside.
Gavin, you require 108.
Or is the reaction to keep it more in-house that we now start having a guaranteed wage for tour card holders? Or option B, first round losers pot, because if you've gone and you've appeared and applied that trade, surely there should be some form of
Game shot on the fourth leg.
financial reward.
Gavin Carlin.
He is 3 on the spin with a 108 checkout. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's.
Fifth leg is France
We've
to
heard
throw
Barry
first.
many times about his
Game on.
statement regarding mediocrity and everything else. Well, if I'm on a PDC stream, I want paying.
Well, you sign away your image rights as part of the contract. So
180.
essentially, that payment would be like selling those image rights, which would be a completely different
100.
conversation.
And do we end up going down that horrible restraint of trade thing again?
100.
you know, it's fine if they're guaranteeing the players money. You can stipulate where and when they play. You're not effectively guaranteeing them a
100.
penny. You open a whole new can of worms. And ultimately, surely
171.
everything that should be done for the interest of the players. And like you say, we want to get more
60. Franz Roetzsch 50.
Well, 11 darts is the best we've seen this week so far. He's gone for the 10. Cheeky, but I like it.
Game shot on the
Gone in
fifth leg.
12 in the end.
Franz
11 dart
Roetzsch.
is the best we've seen. Scott Baker and Gavin Carlin pulling those off. But in this situation, at this point of the game, when you're playing for a chance to qualify
Gavin
for
to throw
Group B,
first. Game on.
that is cheeky darts. But again, I quite like that.
Yeah. Well, he was way back, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have. This one is boiling up beautifully. I'm not sure he would have done it if Gavin would have been on a 50-odd.
83.
You know, and again, it's the importance of it being on TV. It's part of your highlight reel. Something to look back on and go, look at this. Do it for your social media.
140.
Clip that up and get it out there. Look at this. My 10 darter on the button.
140.
Who is on the button here? Gavin Carlin. Needs 3-2. Bookies couldn't split them. We couldn't split them.
105.
And Gavin will split them, especially in the table, because it will be
94.
Gavin
you're
who
going
leapfrogs
76.
Franz into third position with a 2-point lead.
Game shot out of the
Beautiful
match.
from Gavin Carlin. That really was a wonderful game of darts. Back-to-back 12 darters in that match. One from Franz, and then Gavin Carlin wins it with a 12 and goes above Franz. Right up next, it is Davy against Scott.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was victory for Gavin Carlin at the completion of our third cycle of fixtures here on day 3 in Group A. This is week 10 of the 12-week process, and this is how Carlin did it. A 4-2 victory against the German Franz Roetzsch with an 87.6 average. The German had an average of 91.8 himself and had 3 maximums in the match, but as you can see there, 2 from 12 on the checkouts was the reason why Carlin could pip him to the post. 66.67% checkout percentage and a 108 high out. So everyone has now played, well, 3/4 of their matches in the group. Let's have a look at how the table shapes up after round 13 of 15. We know that Lukas Wenig is through to the next phase. He's through to Saturday night's final after picking up 22 points. The race is now on to see who is going to make the Thursday and Friday evening session in Group B, where 3 players from 5 will go through. Next up for us is Davy Proosten up against Scott Baker, and we're going to be watching that in the company of primetime Matt Edgar and Mace the Ace himself, Chris Mason. Chaps.
Thank you very much, Henry. And will Davy be able to repeat that wonderful performance last time out?
It was a very good performance. Played tabletop of Lukas Wenig, a 96.43 average, and did get a match dart. Threw 4 darts at the double in that game and hit 3. He also had 3 darts to beat Lukas Wenig last time out when they played each other yesterday as well, so seems to like playing against him. Scott Baker seems to like playing against most of these though. Just needs legs. He's done his winning. He now got 10 plus in the leg column. Needs a couple more of those, and he should be okay to see himself into Group B. And with the standard he's shown today, 96.97 in his opening victory over Gavin Carlin. He had a 4-0 victory over
Davy
Thibault
to throw
Tricole.
first.
He had a very good game against Lukas Wenig, but did fall in that one, but throwing 94 average. So that should be enough to get the victory. But we said in the last game, Davy Proosten wanted to be angry.
59.
He certainly produced some better darts in the angry stage.
Yeah, he was far superior to anything we have seen from him so far in this Group A. Maybe he's found the secret formula.
37.
You'll have to find some more of that.
100.
Because Baker is looking the business and bageled. I've got the right name for a bagel, isn't he? Being a baker.
Baked it up, yeah. Bake up the bagel. There's not been enough puns really this week, has
140.
No, we need Murph and Henry in for that.
100. It's got you 121.
Although I did come out with
57.
I was watching a clip of Chris Eubank Jr. eating a cheeseburger ahead of the weigh-in for the Ben fight. Just 5 tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
Davy Proosten.
his form is continuing with a 105 out and a 15 darter. Yeah, somebody was sort of
Second
probably
Scott
not
to throw
understanding
first.
how calories in, calories out work and macros, etc. And I just sort of explained, look, he's setting
42.
up the fight. This is what they do. And I said, you know, all the intense beef, no pun intended, because he was eating a burger.
137.
No one got it. Oh well.
100.
I finished for Davy. Another Tumblers finish for him. He took out the 108 in the opening.
125.
Leg in his last match against Lukas Wenig. He's opened this 137, 125. He said the trebleless visits have been the problem for him. He's now finding multiple trebles per throw.
They can't hear us in there, can they?
29.
I hope not.
I think they're quite glad they can't hear us at times.
95.
Well, Davy has got 6 darts at 210 to break throw and double his lead. Maybe he'll hand out a bagel to the baker.
137. 140. Davy requires 73.
Scott Baker to leave himself handy if if he's growing. The ball.
48.
Didn't even think about the treble.
Scott, you require 43.
For a hold.
33.
dear.
Davy, you require 25.
2-0 lead.
When you're on the verge like Baker is, he will
No
be,
score.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. When you're on the
Scott, you
verge like
require
Baker
10.
is, that comes with its pressure because you know, right, I'm that close. I'm within touching distance.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, the other thing, like we
Scott
said, is he
Baker.
doesn't need wins no more. He just needs a couple of legs.
Yep.
And with that, the goalposts change. The
So I guess
finishing
Davy
line
sets
comes a little bit
first.
closer. We lower the
Game
bar.
on.
And a lot of the time, what we aim to do is we see where the bar is and we aim for that.
Yep.
And has he gone beyond the point where he's up there
46.
being aggressive, trying to win matches, and now we're just playing to that lower bar and that lower ceiling where we just try and do enough.
45.
Quite rare you see a player just want to smash through that ceiling like Lukas Wenig.
100.
Yeah, he's not even just thought about consolidating his position. He's over the line and he's almost like Forrest Gump, isn't he?
180.
That will make Baker feel a whole lot better.
He's come
60.
here today, he's been the best player, and he's come here today and said, I'm going to show you I'm the best player, and has stepped it up to a whole new level.
58.
And this is pressure day, really, isn't it? It's where it can all go wrong. We've seen it so many times with players on the cusp,
80.
and they just can't find that extra kick. Well, he's actually raised his game another level. We're seeing another level to Lukas Wenig that we've not seen
140.
previously for 2 days.
And that has guaranteed himself a place in Saturday's final.
100.
A few extra
It's got
pounds in the pocket.
78.
Absolutely. And a chance to take away $5,000 and in the mix for week 13, which will be Champions of Champions.
53. Davy, over 115.
We could go home with 20 bags.
$91.
25
So you require
for
25.
Baker to get the break. He survived an opportunity on this 25 in the last leg. Davy busting that on the treble 9. Bit of juggling.
Wasn't the throw.
Game shot in the third
Oh,
leg.
my goodness.
Scott Baker.
Juggles the dart, grabs it, slams it in double fort for 2-1 and a break of throw.
Scott to throw first.
Going back to
Game
the
on.
pounds in the pocket. Do you know something I'd really like to see come back? The giant novelty check.
Well, we did have one down at when we were down in
140.
Southampton, when it was the Live League before the big rebrand, we had the big check. And I think that's something that may be coming back for
85.
Champions of Champions. I hope it is. I think it's fantastic.
I love a big novelty check. Obviously, I'll never get one because they go to the winners.
60.
But I'd certainly like to see one.
We'll try and get one for the Daventry Open. See if I can get you one knocked up and you can go back down there and pick that
41.
pick that title up again.
25 quid for that one. And a trophy.
I think the check costs more than 25 quid.
100.
I think it costs £3 to enter as well, so not a lot of profit in that one.
100. $100.
Baker just moving himself
85. Scott, you rock
The finish
101.
line. with the ultimate finish line, really. That group B
69.
position is the best that you can get now from this position. And he'll prefer that. He's a player that plays quite a bit locally, so all his local
42.
darts will
Scott,
be
you require
evenings, so
32.
be more suitable to his lifestyle.
Absolutely.
16. Davy, you rock
He's a very laid-back
148.
character.
Yeah. Very little will bluster him.
Does like his old computer games as well. One of the things we
73.
often
So
talk
you
about.
require 16.
Bit of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Wouldn't have.
Game shot the
Clue.
4 flag.
Well,
Scott Baker.
has plenty of clues. He needs 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Davy to throw first. Game on.
Good luck, of course, to everybody taking part in the WDF Europe Cup. Gets underway
50.
today. We're represented by England.
100.
Northern Ireland out there.
Saw a tweet from Luke Littler. What a
Scotland and Wales and the
100.
Republic of Ireland. Oh, my goodness. Seen him when he was 15, and apart from the fact he doesn't look 15, I was just astounded of how good he is. He's in the men's side, isn't he?
Yeah, I've not actually met him yet or been around him.
Nice young man.
83.
But, remember talking to Yella Klassen, and Klassen was saying, I says, is he the real deal? And he goes, oh, yes.
125.
The
Yeah,
real deal.
Yeah. He's the best sort of youth player that's starting
39.
to evolve into the men's game that early with that much ability, and yeah, he's frightening. And a slightly older player, but still very
100.
young, and a player I'm sure your paths across, Josh Rock.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Good player.
And he's just starting.
137. Scott, you're 135.
Yeah, I do believe it's the
47. Davy require 92. 74.
Them to the double-double.
Scott, you require
Looked like
88.
he was going to go in, just kiss the flight very slightly at the end. This would have been for the game,
48.
but they've got a chance to extend
Davy
the game.
require 18.
double nine. Not the nicest in the world, and that's why. Oh, I don't like this, Davy.
Game shot on the fifth
You
leg.
do.
Davy loves
Davy
it.
Three
Proosten.
double three. Won't even go that way in an exhibition.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $81.
I do believe there's 41 countries or European countries represented in the men's, 35 for
40.
the women, which is great to see.
100.
Fabulous events for players to experience, representing their country, of course.
97.
Not seen, obviously, how the European Cup run. Is that the multi-board system, like a tournament style that we get?
100.
Yeah, there's singles and doubles, and then of course all the points are accumulated to give us
24.
an overall team winner, I do believe.
Remember in Warwickshire Super League, we used to have a knockout cup. And to do
100.
that, you'd have 9 boards up, and all
Oh,
9
I
games would
understand.
happen
Yeah.
at the exact same
Yeah,
time.
yeah, they used to do that with like the Champions things as well, didn't they? With Super League and that.
I used to like delaying
34.
the start of my
Got you
game
require 120.
so that everyone could come and watch it at the end, and I'd get that leg where everyone was watching.
60.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
96. Got you require 60. 40.
Will return. No damage really done there. We'll have 3 darts for the match. This is some damage.
145. Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the match.
Is game over.
Scott Baker.
And Scott Baker books his place in Group B. That means we'll see him on Thursday and Friday evening. Davy Proosten, we know where he's going. He's going into Group C. That is on Thursday and Friday morning. But it's a 4-2 victory for Scott Baker. It wasn't a classic, but it's the 2 points he needs. And we'll see him on Thursday night.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Baker is booked in with a date in Group B following that victory there. Matthew Edgar has joined me up here on the balcony. Since we last spoke, Lukas Wenig has secured his way into Saturday night's finals. We thought it was going to happen, but it's now official. Scott Baker's going to be in Group B. We feel like most bridges have been crossed at the minute now.
They've been the best two players this week and rightly take first and second place. The stats and everything they produce, the timing, they've been the top two, and the table produces that as well. Well,
here we are. The table's on your screen as we speak. Wenig on 22 points, Baker 18. So them two, we're going to see Wenig on Saturday night. We're going to see Baker Thursday, Friday night. It's now really, isn't it, all about that third spot?
Yeah, and this is the game that Gavin's not going to want to get at this point. Lukas Wenig has been incredible today. He has raised it to a completely new level, and he doesn't have any legs in the bank at the moment, which means he's going to need to find some wins. And Lukas Wenig's not someone you want to be playing when you're looking for victories.
Well, Thibault Tricole will be hoping for a victory for Lukas to keep his hopes alive. He then have to win the next match to give himself hope, but then the legs difference really hasn't helped him. You ruling him out maybe now for third?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much him done in terms of getting into third place and getting into that Group B. And this is that bit what we said about before, where players want it in their own hands. It's now coming out of their hands. We're now going to get people joining fan clubs of the other players. The numbers on that are going to go up. For example, this game we're going to have now, the Lukas Wenig fan club numbers are going to go up. Indeed.
Well, Lukas Wenig against Gavin Carlin is our next match on the main stage. Matthew Edgar's going to race his way back down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, chaps. Well, one thing for sure, Lukas will be trying his best for his countryman, Franz, to get a big win over Gavin Carlin. And the odds, well, I think they're pretty attractive. 5-4 Carlin, 4-7 if you like your short prices. It's impossible to ignore the level of play today so far, and he's played 3 matches. We're not just talking about one match. He's had averages of 105.47, 95.88 and 103.98, where Gavin has had an average of 74.55, 82.48 and 87.60. He is going to be a throw behind. And remember,
hey, first leg, it's Gavin to throw
Lukas
first. Game on.
Be fully aware of where his countryman is in terms of the position of the table, and he'll be, I'm not saying trying extra hard, Matt, but he will certainly want to get one over on Gavin Carlin to give his countryman the best opportunity to take that third spot.
Yeah, they'll be aware of the situation. They would have been huddled around the screens watching the table come up.
100.
Lukas has got a chance to play with freedom here, which could be a scary prospect.
Yeah, exactly that.
And they said that the Lukas Wenig fan club is going to be going up. And the reason for that is because when players are out of the running, you then want them to do well. If you've got a runaway lead, you want them to beat everybody. Same for the people that are at the bottom that are out the running, like a Davy Proosten. You sort of become a fan of Davy Proosten as well as a player because you think he's out the way, he's out the running, he can't affect what I'm going to do in this group. So I want him to beat everybody else.
Yeah, they met on Monday and it was a 4-0 win for Lukas against Gavin.
59.
And Lukas did the double with a 4-2 win yesterday. 8-2 in total.
140.
We're seeing an improved Gavin at times so far today. What a big ask. I was just saying before you
180.
got back into the comms box, I thought the 4-7 about Lukas was a good punt. And like you say, considering he's going to be playing with freedom,
59.
but still have something about him to get the win.
Required 28.
For France.
Well, you mentioned an improved Gavin. This is an improved Lukas. That's surely got to go in. 2 darts, lovely on the wide. Just come to the right-hand side. Drops low.
Gavin, you require 20.
Obviously, opportunity here for Gavin to hold his throw. It's not been without drama. More drama.
10.
And he leaves us on a
Lucas, you require
cliffhanger.
17.
Double 8. Well, I don't know what you're saying because it's in German.
9. Gavin, you require 10. Game shot in the first leg. Gavin Carlin.
That was 6. Missed out a double. Very unlike Lucas today. It's Gavin that holds
Second leg, it's Lucas to throw first.
19. Doubling stats. Well, he had
100.
2 4 out of 4s today and a 4 out of 11.
58.
I often say with things, you can tell a lot about a person and their personality based on how they present themselves or the things that are around them, such as how tidy someone's bedroom is, for example, tells you a lot about the
99.
individual. When you look at a person like Lukas Wenig, and to build the body he has got there would have took a lot of discipline, a lot of nutrition, a lot
95.
of training, a lot of commitment and hours. That is a guy to me that looks like he does not cut corners and does not look for shortcuts, which means we are going to get the same level of interest and intensity
98.
and pride in his work and in this game that we have got that has got him to win this group in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. That was something
46.
we spoke on ITV about with regards to Gerwin Price. He's always immaculate, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's and he is like this
60.
guy, fit and healthy, and the application. You know, and there's be plenty out there go, oh, he's probably doing this or doing that. Well, what do you think? Like, you just take a tablet or pin yourself and you wake up in the morning and you look like a Greek god. It doesn't quite work out like that. But yeah, I think that's a very valid point. You'd imagine he's got a bit of OCD. I bet his house is absolutely spotless. And when you look at Gezi Price, of course, you see him with his water bottles on stage. Everything's turned in the right direction. The lids have got to be in a place. Everything, there's a place for everything. I should imagine he's pretty much like that away from the sport. And that's
Lukas Wenig.
a better go at the double there for Lucas. A 16-dart hold levels things up.
So look, it's
The
Gavin
case
to
in
throw
point
first.
of all that is
Game
just
on.
that we expect that he's going to play with the same intensity, despite the fact that his work is done. He's not going to want to
80.
roll over and get beaten here because he'll be so proud of his achievements and his work that he's not going to want someone to claim a victory against him.
No, I mean, I'd probably think, oh, well, my job's done here. I'd be having a
180.
bit of a laugh at the lads out and watching them sort of absolutely squirm. Where he'd be thinking, I want to go 5 out of 5.
125.
That's why we're probably the ones with the messy bedrooms.
Yeah, and well, we certainly got a messy commentary box. My goodness, looks like a bomb's gone off.
This is where the missus will be tweeting. We're
57.
going through a stubborn battle of wills at the moment. So I was drinking a can of pop and I put it on the side and she told me to put it away and what have you. And I was like, no, I don't want to do it yet. So I'm going to leave it there.
99.
And then I had a couple more and then she made a big deal of it. So now I've got to make a big deal of leaving it there.
Well, you're going to make one of them can.
I've made a tower, yeah.
Yeah, tower.
Yeah, exactly. you know the score.
100.
So I started
That's why I
making
live
the
on
tower.
my own.
And she was literally laid in bed and she looked at me. Do you think building a tower is going to make me
100.
move it? So now it's more like a castle.
I'll give you a tip. Get some of that sort of new super glue stuff that it literally, it's almost got like a little bearing in it, and you can go around the can and stick them together, and you can make some quite
190.
good features. Mine's Thatcher's
Gavin, you
gold.
197.
Oh, you went for the double 19 for
57.
tops.
Lucas, you require 45.
There's the 5. Double 10 to lead.
25.
He's had
Gavin,
opportunities.
you require 40.
Could have been 3-0 up. Could be out to be 2-1 down.
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, and that's a bit of a
Gavin Carlin.
feature last time out for Gavin Carlin against Thibault. Thibault
Well, it's
1
Lucas
from
to throw
13.
first.
Lost 4-1 to Gavin. Should have won 4-1. And he's doing to
95.
Lucas what he did to Thibault.
96.
The 2 180s that Lucas has hit have been both in the legs where Gavin has had throw, and he's failed to win either of them. He had 6 starts in leg 1.
99.
It took the missus long to get on that
125.
Twitter thread that we've got going on my Twitter at the Edgar501, where I've asked you to drop any questions or anything in. We can pick those up and answer them for you as we go along. She's
40.
said that she loves the comment about how tidy someone's room is, and if it's messy, what does it say about them?
Can you read this out? Or do we have to wait till after the watershed?
95.
I think she's accepted it now. There's that advert, wasn't there,
60.
before, where they said you used to get fed up about falling over someone's shoes, but then when the shoes wasn't there, you missed not falling over the shoes. So that would be like my castle of
43.
cans.
And when you go home, you won't recognise the place. I'm actually, I'm a bit OCD. I like to collect nice pairs of trainers, and they all get cleaned and boxed, and then I have them all boxed in order of
60.
colour
I mean,
and
you're 142.
although they all look brand new. And then my wardrobes, as you can imagine, I have multiple wardrobes, just jeans in
Game
one.
shot on the 4 flag.
And that's a lovely
Gavin
finish
Carlin.
from Gavin Carlin, the 51-51 tops. And he is in control of this one,
Fifth leg,
going
it's
totally
Gavin to throw
against the odds.
first. Game on.
What about coins? Do you tend to find coins have to be in order of size?
140.
I do have like a smash pot, which is just basically a big plastic tub. That the rare occasion I do have coins, they just all go in there.
80.
But really, don't carry cash anymore.
If you are listening, guys, I'm about to open my thread on at the Edgar501, my Twitter. The end of this game, I'll put that up during the break.
can
send in your quirks.
180.
Interesting to know what we got. Myself, I don't like the radio not being on an even number or a multiple of 5.
140.
Can't be going down the motorway with the radio on 11.
140.
Gavin will be going down the motorway quite happy, because this could put him in potential to have a lie-in.
140.
and come back
Gavin,
to
you're
repeat.
I'm a bit
41.
like that with the Speedo. It can't be like an odd number, so it's either 60 or 80 or
Game
100.
shot out the match.
As Gavin
Gavin
Carlin gets
Carlin.
it done, and applauded, sportingly appreciated by Lukas Wenig, and that is a big, big win for Gavin Carlin in terms of table position. An average of 93, 91, 186 on 40s, 50% on the doubles. Well, Franz is going to have to respond, and he will have to do it against Thibault Tricole. They're up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. We're at the wonderful Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it was a victory for Gavin Carlin, who has finally defeated Lukas Wenig here in this magnificent venue. Let's have a look at the statistics from that 4-1 win for Carlin. Finally, a victory over Germany for England this week. 2 180s for Wenig, but it's the 1 from 8 on the doubling department, which was what cost Wenig in the end. And the highlight of the game has to be that 1-4-2 checkout for Gavin Carlin there. Absolutely superb. Let's have a look then at what that does to the table, because it has huge ramifications to it, especially in the race to get yourself into Group B tomorrow and Friday evening. Carlin has now set his stall out. He is going to be the favourite with the bookies to get that third spot, but Franz Roetzsch could do some work in the next game to reduce that gap to 2 points if he can get the better of Thibault Tricole. Let's head down to the stage then and get the action underway in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating end for various reasons. One, Franz has to get this done, and he is not the favourite, incredibly, to win this match. They make Tricole a favourite to win this one. I'm not having that at all. And then, of course, Gavin has got to play Davy. And on current form, I think it will be Gavin that gets the win, but Davy could prove to be a spoiler, because Franz will have to play against Baker. Baker is safe. Will he be fully switched on? And then our final match is Lukas against Thibault, which unfortunately will pretty much be a dead rubber.
I don't think we've seen the best of Thibault the whole way through, and it's been erratic. And I agree. I don't think, on what we've seen so far, that he's a very valid favourite in this one. I think he's got the advantage of throw, which we've seen in this group has meant absolutely
against Thibault to throw first.
Nothing. Having
Game
the throw
on.
is fairly irrelevant. And there is an example of how erratic he can be, because that first start was an absolute bus ride away. As and when we've had a
43
inclination, because of what's previously taken place, maybe it's Thibault's turn to make us look a little stupid.
You just join a long list of people that's achieved that.
$100.
Good start from Thibault. Something he struggled with in games. He seems to stutter into them and start slowly.
83. Thibault, you record
40, 100, 100. 160 points ahead after 9.
137.
Sets himself up for a 13-darter. 13-darter is the best we've seen from him so far. Has managed it twice.
100. Thibault, you require 24.
Third.
Game shot in the first leg. Thibault Tricole.
The double 12 for a 13-dart hold of throw. What do the bookies know that we don't? What
Second leg
stats
is
are they
France
looking
to
at?
throw first.
Maybe they're just doing it on what they feel.
85.
Look like doing that at all.
They seem to feel things out quite right, don't they?
140.
Maybe poor. I'm going out with Jenks tonight to play darts.
55.
If I was on Twitter, I'd have the hashtag pray for Mason.
60.
Actually, can't wait to catch up with a really old friend, Wayne Wenig, player that graced the
140.
lakeside stage many a times in the 90s.
100.
To find there's probably a lot of players, really quality players, that just never really made their name because the lack of
91.
opportunity.
Yep.
where now everyone's unearthed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you think of someone like Wayne, the cost of him travelling over to play, for example, the British Open or the World Masters, and a lot of them, of course, used to stay in London and one of Ollie's houses just to try and prevent them. Well, they play the Masters and then stay over for the Worlds.
58.
Outside of that, what,
Thibault
you know, what did they do?
62.
The Grand Masters maybe in Australia. Double 16 for another absolute beauty.
46. France requires 72. 52.
They were going in on Monday,
require
weren't they?
16.
Franz is probably starting to feel a little bit like things are going against him. Lukas Wenig taking a bit of a surprise defeat in the last game.
Thibault Tricole.
Thibault Tricole coming in with this much improved performance, averaging the 100 at the moment, and that's a breaker throw. So he's now throwing first to go 3-0 up. And you just start to feel that things go against you, and then you start missing, and you can see that reflected in the average of just 76. 2 scores over 100. He needs to find something fast.
Yeah, just 30 darts used in the opening 2 legs for Thibault Tricole.
99.
Do your maths. Works out at 100.2. He's not following that up here.
60.
28 followed by 60. Franz needs to make hay.
140.
Better.
Unneeded, just for his own confidence. 3-0 down, a long, long way back.
41.
2-1 and get that break back. It's game on rather than game over.
54.
That's the big point, isn't it? That break back. We mentioned that breaking the throw. You need to hold the throw afterwards to confirm that break. Although it's just an exchange of legs. It looks like we're going to get that here, where we're going to get that exchange of legs, because a long way clear. Thibault needs 6 darts.
79. France record 148.
Don't like the body language from Franz at the moment. Looks a little negative. Treble 18 is the shot.
96.
Double 8.
$200 points.
60. France requires 52.
The 15 darts, that's unheard of.
Game shot in the 3rd leg.
That is the break
Franz
back we spoke about. 17 dart breaker throw. Should give him a bit of a lift, but he...
4th leg is France to throw first.
Maybe he...
Game on.
Has accepted his fate. Ultimately, if you're going to end up in Group C, going to be playing Thibault Tricole, so you want to get one over on him, put in a lasting memory, so when you clash tomorrow morning, you'll think,
85.
I don't want to be playing him at 9:30 in the morning.
Also gives you the opportunity to go in there and remind him of that exact result.
Correct.
You do get the opportunity sometimes to win games
78.
in the practice room.
Yep.
And if you know how to work a practice room, you can certainly get a head start in that department.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lovely one
81.
when Conan Whitehead was playing, and I'd done that week, and there was, I can't remember the player it was, but every time he walked past him, he just sort of held his pocket open and said, "You're in there."
60.
I think he was something like 5 from 5 against him.
$85.
Thibault was, after 2 legs, running at 100 average. Down at the 80.
140. Franz Roetzsch 115.
A bit of a collapse. 15 for tops.
95. Thibault Tricole 138.
Another one of those for double 12. Can't take it now, so Franz has an opportunity to get this
86.
game back
Franz Roetzsch
level
20.
with a double 10. One dart left.
15.
Offers the opportunity to
Thibault
break the throw
Tricole
again.
52.
Sums up his day so far, that. The destroyer is getting his
Game's on the
hopes
fourth leg.
destroyed.
Thibault
As
Tricole.
Thibault Tricole becomes spoiler. 3 consecutive 17
Fifth
darts
gets
in the
Thibault
match.
to throw first.
It's a
Game
13 dart hold in leg 1 for Thibault, then a 17 dart break, a 17 dart break back for Franz, then a 17 dart break for Thibault. And now he's
100.
throwing all the match.
One 100.
Seems to be finding it again here.
180.
Kicked the game off well. And a little sleep in the middle. Is coming out of his slumber.
He's
140.
taking his average back towards 90. Can't miss.
140.
81 after 9. Gives him an opportunity to get his first leg of the week that is in 4 visits.
100. Thibault Tricole
He'll do that
81.
by taking out this 81. 13 darts is the best he's managed.
49. Franz Roetzsch
13 darts is the,
161.
Wonder if he's aware of that.
Could match it again. This will be the 4th time he goes out in 13
Thibault
darts.
Tricole 32. Game
It
shot on
does,
the
it's a
match. Thibault Tricole.
Winning dart on the match best so far. A 13 darter again for Thibault Tricole. It's the 4th time he's done that. He takes the 2 points, but most importantly, he has just put a huge dent. He has destroyed the chances Franz could have at getting into Group B, and the league table now is starting to look a little bit more firm. 50% on the double for Tricole, a 4-1 victory for the France.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that victory for Thibault Tricole by 4 legs to 1 has secured the league table now in Group A. Let's have a look at the statistics from that previous match as he beat the German Franz Roetzsch by 4 legs to 1 with an 88.96 average, hitting the game's solitary maximum and 4 from 8 on the doubles. We were speaking earlier on today, that was one area of the game that he needed to improve, where the Frenchman has found that doubling touch, that is for sure. Let's see then what that result does to the tail, because it does have consequences, because now it is all set in stone. Lukas Wenig will be in the final on Saturday night, so he can have a couple of days off. Scott Baker and Gavin Carlin will be the players that will participate in Group B on Thursday and Friday morning at 9:30 a.m. And the players in in the evening session, then the 4th, 5th, 6th place players will play Group C. That will be in the morning from 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. So then, that is the table set, but let's complete our Group A fixtures over the 3 days. Gavin Carlin against Davy Proosten is up first in the company of Matthew Edgar, and first is Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yep, the players have completed 4 cycles of matches. It's quite rare that it's all done and dusted with 3 to play. So this is all about bragging rights and, well, owning that practice room. All can play with a bit of freedom now. Everything is sorted. So Group C tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV, or if you're outside the UK, you can follow on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It's this man here, Davy, up again, joined by Thibault Tricole and
First leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
Dave Prinz, Steve Agati,
Game on.
Josh Payne, and then tomorrow night from 10 p.m. Group B, Scott Baker, Gavin Carlin, Mike Gillett, Mike Warburton, and Niall Cullerton.
134.
When you look at that Group C tomorrow morning and you think Josh Payne and Davy Prinz coming into that section, and there's only 2 players going to be going through there. There's 2 players that could win that straight off the
yeah,
bat.
absolutely. Absolutely.
140.
Yeah, that is a tough old group. Well, they're both tough.
140.
Lucas Wenig will be relieved to be getting Thursday and Friday off.
So if you're Lukas Wenig now and you've won Group A,
57.
I've been in this position. I won Group A. I got it wrong. What would you think would be the right answer? What would you do?
Well, I'd enjoy a good rest tomorrow morning. I'd go and have some lunch.
170.
I'd contact one of the lads here that may be staying on to do some paperwork or some rehearsing, and I'd spend the afternoon in here on the board. Well, not the entire afternoon.
95.
I'd have just a good couple of hours, just tick over, go through a few areas that I felt like I struggled in, and I do the same on Friday because nobody else is in here. It's only backstage crew and people who may be doing some stuff with the tech.
85.
And that would be me.
Gavin,
I'd probably go back to my hotel then and just chill and watch the action.
I'd agree with the advice you said about tick over. That is what I got wrong
30.
and what
Davy
everyone I speak to
40.
about winning Group A also say they did the same thing.
Well, it's a bit of a curse, isn't it? We've seen so many
Game shot on the first leg.
absolutely dominate Group A and then literally sit back for 2 days, do nothing. And then, of course, they're coming in on Saturday night against players who are still hot. They are right up to speed. And they tend to be the players that get off to the quicker start. And because if you are tuning in for the first time, obviously, Lucas is into the final. We get the top 3 from Group B and the top 2 from Group C. That makes up 6 players. They're divided into 2 groups. There's only 2 groups of 3, so you only play twice.
26.
So a mini round robin. The top 2 then make up the semi-finals. Winners play winners play each other. Winner walks away with $5 grand. So that match in the final is a 2.5 grand racer, and of course the winner qualifies for week 13, which is Champion of Champions, where the winner takes 20 grand.
100.
One thing we're very good at in sport, whether we watch it or whether we play it, is having a very short-term memory. Davy Proosten has
85.
a couple of memories in the last couple of games that are very positive. And the way he's playing here, he's over the 90 average again, and he's playing good
100.
darts. If he can take this victory here, will he leave here feeling a lot more positive than he probably would if it happened the other way around, that he got the wins
90.
early and then the losses
Davy
later on?
Yeah, well, when I spoke to
138.
him yesterday, he already accepted his fate. He knew that after yesterday's action, that was him out the mix. But he said, I'm just now focusing, getting ready
98.
for
Gavin, you require 122.
Group C on Thursday and Friday morning. Fresh start, of course. Everybody starts on 0 points. Single leaves ball.
97.
And probably if someone like
Maybe
Scott
you
Baker,
require
I'd probably
40.
say to Scott, listen, do you want to come over a bit early and have a couple
Games
of hours
on the
and
second leg.
play a few games
Davy
and do a
Proosten.
few of the many practice routines that well, no doubt we do similar, the 1-2-1 to 170 and maybe a bit of
Phil
double
against Gavin
stuff, and
to throw
then
first.
first to
Game
21,
on.
5 points for a 180 and 3 for a 140, 1 for a ton, and that kind of thing really, and just it would do him good just as
96.
a warm-up prep for tonight. A bit of pre-practice.
125.
I always find when you're going into competitive play, just not having some competitive action
140.
can leave you a little vulnerable. Well, even now when I play Super League now, we'll
60.
play best of 3. Winner stays on for a good hour and a bit before we actually go to the Super League match, just to get used to hitting doubles under a little bit of
95.
pressure.
$100. Gavin, you record 170.
I had a good hour and a half on there yesterday. Wore out the 1 and the 5. Ball.
145.
Maybe in the mid-90s, he was there in his 4-3 defeat to Lukas Wenig.
43. Gavin, you require
And
25.
this isn't out of the blue. He has shown us
Games
little
on the third
signs.
leg. Gavin Carlin.
That's
Yeah,
that
for
double 8
sure.
again from Gavin Carlin. We picked up on it earlier on in the day, saying he's so likely to hit that
It's Davy to
first
throw
or
first.
second dart.
Game on.
And that's been the pattern that he's followed all throughout the day.
Well, with 3 in hand, he's more likely to hit it than miss it.
140.
This is a much improved Proosten.
134. $100.
Been his best day of the 3 so far, but wasn't a lot of competition in relation
45.
to that honour. Certainly finding his best.
80.
90 seems to be where we'd expect Davy to be at his high end of the game, and we're seeing that twice today so far.
Yeah, which is a huge improvement
125.
across Monday and Tuesday, isn't it?
Is it a negative that we've seen his best, but it still found defeat? Yes, it was to a great performance of Lukas Wenig,
140.
but sometimes you just feel like even your best ain't enough, and
Well,
you start chasing.
Yeah, I agree, but I think the fact that it was a match of such high quality, and
85.
he
Davy
stuck in there and did
41.
well enough to get ultimately a dart at the ball to win it.
Games on the fourth leg. Davy Proosten.
And again, loses a leg and bounces back and wins a leg in 14.
Fifth leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
Liking what I'm seeing.
Game
3 out
on.
of 4 on the doubles, an average of 95 against a player averaging well into the 90s.
96.
Fantastic
180.
from Davy. You've been getting pumped for 3 days, and then you put this in. Good sign of character.
134. 100.
Good rhythm. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. 98.95 the average. And it's not that he's giving it his own way. Gavin
83.
is around the 95 himself.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what impressed me about that performance you mentioned and picked up on against Lukas. It was
180.
against someone that was piling it on, and he found the answers.
123.
This is for the match.
41.
Could be an 11 dart leg. The 11 dart is the best we've seen so far. He'll be happy enough with 12. Davy Proosten, welcome to Portsmouth. Welcome to the Super Series. An average of nearly 100. It took him 3 days, but we've seen the best. 99.94 the average there for Davy Proosten. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That is the best we've seen of him so far. We will see more of him. We'll be seeing him tomorrow morning for action in Group C. But he ends Group A with a 4-1 victory over Gavin Carlin.
The live league, mate. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a game we have just witnessed. And what a performance from Davy Proosten in a 4-1 success there against Gavin Carlin. These are the stats and what reading they make. An average just underneath the ton. 2 180s to his name. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That equates to 66.67%. For Gavin Carlin, 95 average himself, 1 from 4 on the doubles. Solid game. Really, really proper game of darts that was. Let's have a look at the league table. It doesn't change much in the grand scheme of things, but always good to keep tabs. Lukas Wenig is the man through to Saturday night's final on 22 points. Scott Baker and Gavin Carlin will be back tomorrow evening for Group B, and the 3 players at the bottom will return for Group C. You can join Lukas and ourselves at finals night on Saturday. Tickets are £5, but you'll have them reimbursed for a voucher once you arrive at the venue. Head over to dartshop.tv to purchase your ticket today and come and join us for the Saturday night Darty Party party in Pompey. So 2 more matches to go on day 3 of Group A, and we're heading to the final stretch of fixtures. Next up, it's Franz Roetzsch against Scott Baker in the company of Matthew Edgar, and first, Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, well, what a performance that was, Matt, from Davy.
He's been showing us signs, hasn't he? He's been giving
All day.
Yeah. Yeah, he's given us warning signs that something is coming. And interestingly, so when I saw him hunched up between where the toilets are and the practice room, and he'd gone out and he took himself out of that environment, and I walked past him to go and do media upstairs, and he told me he wanted to get angry. And he's had 3 games since then, and 2 of them have been very impressive. The one with Lukas Wenig, when he missed a match dart, and Lukas had to throw 103.98 average and be 100% on the doubles to see Davy off in that one. Davy at 96.
Game on.
And then the last performance there from Davy was, we could pretty much call it 100.
Yeah. Well, this man has been going in the opposite direction, and it was something that we
42
picked up on yesterday. Monday, everything pretty much went his way. And I asked the question
43
to you, Matt, that I suggested he may have overachieved on Monday, and lo and behold, by the end
83
of play yesterday, his running average for 2 days was pretty much bang on his running average on the
140
various tours that the numbers are recorded in.
He seems to have this sort of par
55
level, doesn't he? That
Yeah.
he's sort of coming down to. But he's also got this ability to go into these really
85.
ridiculous high heights. And we picked up on it on the first day. The 2020 International Open was probably the biggest achievement he had. Getting through to day 3 on the
45.
Euro Tour is tough going. But to do that, taking out Brendan Dolan and Rob Cross, and then only losing out in a last leg decider to
99.
Christoph Ratajski, shows he's got ability to hit the top heights. Sort of just the next bit now is to improve that sort of B game, C game sort of level, that consistency, and that's going to come with the
60.
straight
He's got
darts. We do seem straight in the
134.
1s and 5s quite a bit. We've seen it a couple of times in this leg as well. 83, 55, 45. And that's a couple of
58.
shots. The first thing you'll learn is vertical line.
Yeah, and I think he can be easily affected by what his opponent's doing,
81
and if he's not doing what he believes he's capable of doing. And you really have got
Game
to
show the
separate
first leg.
yourself from
Scott Baker
your opponent. And we often hear the phrase of play the board, not the player.
second leg is Scott to throw first.
I
Game on.
agree on both a little. I think sometimes you've got to play the player, but ultimately play the board and worry about what
100.
you're doing. You can't really affect what your opponent's doing, good or bad.
That'd be a different game altogether. When we're talking about different formats,
85
there's a movie many years ago called Basketball. And in that, you used to be able to do a psych out.
55
So the player would stand and they'd have a free throw at the basketball hoop, and the player could stand in front of them and do a psych out. So you could do something to try and put them off. You couldn't touch them. You had a psych out zone where you could stand.
140
How interesting would that be in in darts?
Well, the only really effect you
60.
can have on an opponent is well, it's can be referred to as a bit of the dark arts, but you can sort of change the
100.
tempo of play a little. And of course, you can hit big scores at the right times.
60
Sometimes they just go that way. But you can hit a 180 when your opponent's on a relatively easy 2-darter and just force an error.
60.
And apart from that, what your opponent does is completely out of your hands. So primarily, focus on doing that.
180 front row 116
Big 19, top of the shot.
game shot the
Beautiful
second leg.
finish. Will make
Franz
him feel
Roetzsch.
a whole lot better, because prior to that, he was in the doldrums. So was his
So I think
average.
it's France to throw first. Game on.
Getting me thinking I need to get the notepad out here. There's some potential content here, isn't there? The psych out darts. Leg or two of darts against players with the not standing
57.
behind the player. You go and you stand
Where the referee is.
where Owen is there, yeah, get yourself in a little box and little
60.
tape box on the floor. You can't go out the psych out zone. You can just do whatever you want when you're in there.
Can say whatever you want.
Say what you want, do what you want. Obviously we won't microphone the
40.
player in the psych out box.
You remember the last time we played? You had 3 darts of this, and
100.
you missed it, I hit it, and you lost. Remember that?
You'd probably get quite a bit of interaction as well, because with that comment you'd go hit it first dart and then you'd be like,
140.
you'd give it all back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it would have to be
100.
darts after dark, though. Calling it the dark art of darts.
Certainly wouldn't want it to be live, would you? It'd have to be pre-recorded.
60.
Yeah, you'd need a dump button. Beep, 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 beep. It sounds like Morse code.
100.
Of course, back in the day, and Eric was very much like that. Pre-match, he would plant the seed.
100. It's got your record.
The
141.
weed would grow in your brain.
91. Franz require 100
Again on that 61.
Yeah, 33 for 28. Interesting.
It's a strange leave because he's always trying to leave himself on that double 16 area.
48. It's got your record. 50.
And he could do that by using the 15s rather than...
Well, and then, of course, off of 46, you got your choice.
30. Franz require 56. Game shoulder third.
Pinned it last time.
Franz
Pins
Roetzsch.
it again. And from 1-0 down, back-to-back legs leads 2-1.
Four-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's one of them that Scott's not the sort of player that's going to go, oh, I'll have the dart at the ball anyway, I've left the 50. He's not like someone who shares a name with him,
100.
Scott Williams.
Yeah, yeah.
I think in this situation, in these type of games, Scott Williams would do that on 51. He'd go one ball.
Yeah. And Scott Williams, he's over in that
140.
European Championships. Good luck to him. He was our winner
59.
last weekend, of course. Fine player,
81.
exciting to watch. Sure, he's a bit of a Marmite character as well.
Absolutely.
100.
I've heard many positive and many negative things about Scott Williams, but big fan of him. I enjoy what he does. We've got a mutual love for pies as well,
45.
which always helps when you've got something in common. Used to love that about Southampton. Used to be a good pie shop
60.
there.
Did there?
Yeah, and he's doing an exhibition nearby his way in a couple of weeks, and he's promised he's going to bring me a homemade pie. He likes a bit of baking.
Oh.
140.
But yeah, anybody who's not got a tour card that ends up winning a pro tour,
60. Franz require 95.
very hard to have anything but respect and admiration.
4 Challenge Tour titles.
Yeah,
57. Scott, your record 122.
he's pretty much got that sewn up, hasn't he? And he's not far off winning a tour card, which if he wins one via the Challenge
44.
Tour, he only gets
Points
one for a
required,
year, doesn't he?
38.
If he wins one,
No, he'd get it 2 years, but he's going to be in the top 64 at the end of this year, which means he'll get a 1-year card.
No score.
and that way he won't lose the money on
Scott,
his
you require
ranking now.
78.
Yeah, he'll hold that money and then have to defend that in 2 years' time.
Game shot on the
What
fourth
would you
leg.
do? Would you
Scott Baker.
take the Challenge Tour 2-year card without the money, or the 1-year card
Fifth
with
leg is
your
France
ranking
to
money?
throw first.
I think
Game
in
on.
that situation, I'd want to carry on from the position he's in, and I'd want to keep that going because
Well, yeah, because if he carries on playing at the level he is, he's going to retain a card for 2 years
60.
in a year's time anyway, isn't he?
plus all the money that he's got on the Pro Tour Order of Merit. That will probably reset as well. So that'll affect his opportunity of things such as the match play and the stuff he's done already.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah. Exciting time for a brand new player.
100.
Practice partner of Rob Cross as well, isn't he?
Yes, yep.
But they have some cracking games.
100.
But Rob has to hear all about it as well.
140.
Scott will let him know. He's that sort of character. When we talk about people in the practice room, Scott's one of those.
Is he a big character?
27.
He is, yeah. He's a fun-loving guy as well. We're very similar in our sort of dry sense of humour.
I know he wears some rather silly socks, but surely he doesn't have Spider-Man pajamas.
He's a big fan of the old toys and the
58.
old cartoons.
Roger, going
No wonder you get on.
62.
Double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Beautiful final dart
Franz
at the double.
Roetzsch.
And Franz moves back in front.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Speaking of old
Game
cartoons, and we've got Josh Payne, and I know he won't mind me saying this because I've said it many times. I've took it on the old social medias. You ever notice he
60.
resembles Beavis from Beavis and Butthead?
A little, yeah, it's been said before.
Normally when I put that out there, people refer to Johnny Bravo.
100.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I thought that the first time
60.
Seen him. I've known him a long time. He's been around. And he's still young, isn't he? It feels like he's been around forever. But of course, he played in whatever
60.
youth events were around back in the day. Really exciting player to watch when he's absolutely on it.
100. $83.
We're going to get a chance to hear from Scott Baker at the end of this one. A bit of
60.
feedback from how he's felt the opening 3 days have gone. Didn't go to Q School this year, Scott. Decided to just have a
98.
year of normality. Just pick and choose and go where and when.
140.
Yeah, I was just having a look there when we talk about
France
Josh Payne.
require
And you say he seems to be
160.
around a while. I was looking at some stats that were sent to me from Colin Harris, and Josh Payne's actually played 201 Pro Tour games since 2010.
25.
Two titles
You
out
require
of that as well.
81.
Wow.
Correct. 21. France require 135.
This is for the match.
There's some way to do it.
Game shot on the
Scott
match.
Baker was nodding along, almost
Franz
expectant
Roetzsch.
that he was going to take it, because he has been doing that to people all along this week so far, and he sees that off. A 135 ball, treble 15, and then the double 20 for the win. It's a 4-2 victory. It won't affect how the group is going, and it certainly won't help him get into Group B. He will be joining us in Group C tomorrow morning. Group C for Franz, 81.72 the average, 4-2 the victory over Scott Baker. An incredible 135 finish for the match.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was victory for Franz Roetzsch against this man here with me now, Scott Baker. Scott, let's talk about the week, though, more in general. Second place in Group A. Happy enough with how you played?
Yeah, I am actually, yeah. Can't really say much about that, really. I've played against some class players all week. Happy with the results after the first day, to be fair, so, yeah.
Have you found it mixing in with this calibre of opposition? We've had players who played on Challenge Tour this year, European Tour and the PDC, and in other events around the world.
Yeah, it's great to be amongst them, you know, as an equal, so it's good experience. That's all it is. It's just good for the future, you know, and benefiting from playing against players like this, and it's good for the game, and it's really good what we got here.
I was going to say, how are you finding that? Obviously, you played in the old room in Southampton. How does this compare to what you played in before?
Oh, this is better. I mean, it was good at Southampton, don't get me wrong. Great lads, great standard, great setup. But you've got that little bit extra now. Yeah, they've gone one beyond with this. They're really looking after us, so hats off to MODUS. It's brilliant.
How much of a fire in a belly does that give you? You're going to events and things like that, knowing that you've got this to come to as well.
It does help. It really does help. Like I say, I'm up against top lads and ladies. And it does help you in the long run, you know what I mean? A bit of experience. Now you've got stage experience, plus fans come the weekend if you get through, lucky enough to get through. But yeah, it's big bonus, great experience, great things what them doing for us all.
And of course, Group B for yourself tomorrow and Friday night. What are you going to do now in the next 24, 36 hours to get yourself prepared for that?
Well, I don't know, probably a lot of rest. There ain't really much else I can do at the minute now. I'm going to chill out, you know. Lies about to be try and get a bit of practice in here and there if can be, but yeah, clean slate, start again tomorrow, and aim for the weekend.
And just finally, did you have an alter ego called Stuart at the end of that first leg? You got called Stuart at the end of the first leg when you won it.
Oh, did I? Oh, I don't pay attention. Come on, I'm a simpleton when I'm throwing the dice, let alone when I'm looking and listening. No, I never noticed. It's all good fun now. Good lad, Owen. So.
Well, Scott is definitely going to be making his way into Group B tomorrow night, which is 10 o'clock with us on Sporty Stuff TV. We're going to round off the Group A action now with Lukas Wenig up against Thibault Tricole. Let's hand back to the boys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Henry, and thank you, Scott. I don't know who Stuart is. Do you know Stuart Little? You probably would know Stuart Little, wouldn't you?
Well, no Stuart's here, I'm afraid, this time. I don't think we've got Stuart coming up this week, have we?
No.
No.
Well, that's a strange one from Owen. Wonder what was going through his mind. Well, there is the table. As confirmed, Lukas out on top. Baker and Carlin into Group B with Mike Gillett, Mike Warburton and Niall Cullerton. What a group that is. And into tomorrow morning, Franz, Thibault and Davy. And they're joined by Dave Prinz, Steve Egerty and Josh Payne. My goodness. Good luck finding the 5 to join Group A's
So first
champion.
it's Lukas to throw first.
This man,
Game on.
who just sort of come off the top in his last match, didn't he? You could almost see I think he was just relieved to have got the job done.
It's understandable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's fair, you know.
Especially after 3
93.
days. 3 days and 13 matches.
He really did hit the ground running, and it's not only the fact that these games are coming, it's the length of time that they're coming over. You know, we came live today at 9:30 a.m., but the players was here from 8 a.m., if not earlier than that as well, and it's now 20 past 1 in the afternoon, so that is a serious stint of darts. We're talking more than 6 hours that you need to be at the top of your game for, and then try and find, over a short format like this, a good sample of that 6 hours where it all comes together.
Yeah, times that by 3, of course, because this is day 3 for the lads.
18 hours of darts.
Yeah.
By the time.
And of course, you don't go back to the practice room and sit down. You may sit down for 5 minutes
98.
or grab yourself a bit of fruit or a snack of some description just for your energy levels, and then you'll just tick over on the board, won't you?
I don't think Lukas were having much.
Hey,
in terms of fruit, I think it would have been protein and
chicken and rice and broccoli. Oh, what did you have? Well, I had a bit of chicken and rice and broccoli. What did you have for dinner? Bit of chicken and rice and broccoli.
144.
Washed it down with a protein shake.
Yeah, a bit of creatine.
98. Thibault 104.
It's interesting listening to Scott Baker as well, because we spoke about a lot about what people do with their day, and he's eyeing up a lot of rest.
60. Lucas,
Could
you
come
require
down to the fatigue of
46.
18 hours worth of darts. He's probably ready for a bit of a lie-in.
Yeah, he will do pretty much nothing until tomorrow morning, and then no doubt grab a bit of breakfast. And like you said, he may
require 44.
have 20 minutes, half an hour tomorrow afternoon, and then go back. That's the beauty of that 10 o'clock start. You can sort of adjust your sleep and maybe have 20 minutes, half an hour, go back, have a bit of dinner, maybe have a nap for an hour or two, and
36.
really come in fresh.
Game shot on the first leg. Lukas
Tend
Wenig.
to find as well that you don't get much free time in darts. And certainly when you've got that gap
Second leg
now
is
from
Thibault
where
to
we are
throw
now,
first.
20 past 1 up until tomorrow when he's due to play again around 10 o'clock, we're talking
60.
about 30 hours. That's a lot of time. He's not going to be used to having this sort of time. It's interesting to know what people fill that up with. Last time I was in that position myself, I won the Premier League title with Aston Villa.
180.
Football Manager, which is a bit of a fantasy.
55.
It shows how much time I had on my hands, don't it?
Are you a Villa fan?
I am, yes. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
96.
I usually say that when people say to me, "Oh, like, oh, you a vegetarian?" They go, "Yeah." I go, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like it's an illness.
Ooh,
26.
I like this question because this ties in perfectly with what we're talking about at the moment. Just seen it literally come through on Twitter at the moment. Tristan has said, what's more tiring or demanding?
105.
A full day of darts or a full day of commentating on the darts?
I don't know. The commentating is the work
123.
that goes in
Lucas, you've got
before.
120.
You know, when we get in probably around 7:30, and that sort of. So last night I would have spent probably 2 or 3 hours.
60.
People, you should take a picture of your notes just to show people how much is involved, and then I'll print that off and then have various
40.
different
Lucas, you require
tables and
60.
results and just a load of stats, and so it's very mentally tiring. But the actual commentary itself,
40.
if you're lucky enough to work with someone as funny as me, it's an easy day. You know, and it does, you know, this part of it is the pleasurable side of it.
57. Lucas, you require 20.
But the playing is physically and mentally draining, isn't it? This is
Game shot on the
particularly
second
physically
leg.
draining because
Lukas
we're sat
Wenig.
down all day.
But on the same aspect, we look at other sort of roles where you're sitting down, like driving a lorry,
Third
or
against
driving a
Lucas
van.
to throw first.
You're only legally allowed to drive them for, is it 2 hours at a time before a break or something along
Yeah,
those sort of lines?
there is a time limit to how much you can drive within a
83.
24-hour period. I'm not quite sure what it is.
That's just
I
because
wouldn't
that
be let
mental
loose
energy.
in it. Yeah, exactly.
You
Yeah,
can't concentrate for that period of
No.
time, so I'd say that would be
100.
the one thing that with this side of things, it's that mental side. But like I say, we do get the luxury of a chair with cushioning and air conditioning, and
we've got a drinks
94.
boy in Phil Bars. Brings us snacks and drinks. Yeah, it was when I did the presenting for a week. It is just mentally draining,
100.
and the brain just sort of starts to. Well, it's a bit like Owen calling Scott Stewart. You know, you just.
we don't get that moment. You've got to make. You could be one dart away from seeing something we've never seen before. Look at James Richardson with that 180 before, and there could be a moment just around the corner that you just can never take your eye off.
No.
55. Lucas, you've got
And of course, we're
144.
constantly looking at all the permutations in relation to the table and leg differences, and you've got to work all that out in between, or sometimes on the fly.
96.
We're just constantly trying to keep you entertained with information.
136. Lucas, you require 48.
Like when there's a Pro Tour on, I'll always do a rundown of the results, and so you don't have to touch that dial if we had one back in the day.
16. Thibault, you require 110.
I think he's a more traditional player in terms of the way to go on 110. Double 16.
Game shot on the third.
The old ways work.
Thibault Tricole.
Yeah, I think to wrap that up, I think we can't really give you a fully conclusive answer.
No, I think darts is physically draining and mentally draining, where this is more of a, it's certainly not a physically, well, you have to go up and down them stairs, so you get your steps in, pal.
140.
You're running up them stairs soon. Have to see Henry. But yeah, I'd say darts. I'd say playing is, and I think the thing with that as well is, in fact, I'm going to go darts for this reason. And the reason is, when you leave the commentary booth and you go back, you don't take it with you. Where with the darts, whatever happens, whether you're on a high, whether you're on a low, whatever happens, you tend to carry that emotion with you, and you can't detach as well.
180.
And that can have a lag over a couple of days or just that evening, but it can certainly affect the mood for the rest of the day.
Especially if it's a negative thought as well, or a negative moment in a match where you've missed 3 at a double to win it, and it was, massively important. You will
136.
tend to keep that with you for a while. Can't take it out now, so it's all about putting a bit of pressure on the 85.
Lucas, you require 85.
Trouble 15 for tops. Oh, beautiful first start.
Game shot.
Beautiful second out of the 11 darter.
Lukas Wenig.
And Lucas is starting to punch in those numbers we've seen in his opening 3 matches of the day.
Fifth leg, it's Lucas to throw first.
Over 95 now.
And a little fist bump there from Tricole. I think Lukas Wenig's someone I wouldn't really want to be fist bumping with.
60.
If you've got hands like mine after a few years of boxing, they're like blancmange, paper mache.
125.
Thibault trying to stick in there.
That question did come to us on Twitter, so
57.
a little late in the day for more questions to come through, but we will be interacting with you on social media tomorrow. We'll be live from 9:30 in the morning for Group C. We'll also be back in the evening as well from about 10 o'clock for Group B.
Yeah, get involved if you're watching via our YouTube channel. Make sure you give our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel a look and subscribe to the end of this match. And the chat will be open over there.
140.
We will interact with you, take your questions, try and answer them as honestly as possible. Be aware
134.
it is going to be monitored. The big old block button will be in effect.
140.
Or ban button, whatever it is on YouTube, I'm not sure.
$84. Do we require 36?
This is a break of throw for Thibault. It was an 11 darter in the last leg from Lucas.
Game shot on the
14
fifth leg. Thibault
from the
Tricole.
Frenchman. Just sticking in there.
Fifth leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
2 in front, Lucas. But a chance with a hold from Thibault to take us all the way.
140.
That's the ideal start. Great response.
140. $140.
Thibault would be happy if it started around about midday rather than 9:30 in the morning. forget, we will be back
100.
9:30 a.m. Sporty Stuff TV, outside of the UK. And watch via
180.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it will be Davy Proosten, Thibault Tricole, Franz Roetzsch,
91.
Dave Bryn, Steve Eggerty, and Josh Payne entertaining you for the morning. Before the off on Monday morning,
9.
Josh Payne
Lucas, you require 170.
was the 9-2 favourite to win this week 10. This man has now been installed as the favourite.
140.
Marginally ahead of Josh.
Thibault, you require 32.
To take us all the way.
Game
in our
shot on the
final
sixth
match
flag.
of the day.
Thibault Tricole.
Thibault Tricole with a 13 darter this time. He's taking his average up to 93.13. 15 scores of a ton or more. Just 10 for Lukas.
78. 41.
Just 41. 78, not punished, and yeah, he taps himself on the forehead.
133.
Oh, taking the 3 off early.
$100.
70 points, the lead, plus these. He doesn't mind them low in the bed. And there you go, an example. Can he find the left corner?
140. $100. Lucas, you require
To
150.
finish this Group A on a high. 2 treble 19s. There's one of them. Treble 14.
Correct.
76 scored, 74 left.
90.
It's been a fabulous debut for Lukas Wenig.
85.
And
Lucas, you
to
require
finish
60.
the job with a win over Thibault Tricole.
Game shot
does
on the match.
Clinically with
Lukas
an average
Wenig.
of 96.205 scores are between a ton and 139, 4 140s and 3 180s. Checkouts decent enough, 4 out of 11. Thibault Tricole improved throughout the day, and he will be back tomorrow, as will we. Not before we have a quick word with Matt and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. So Lukas Wenig finishing off the group with victory. And how impressive has he been over the past 3 days, Matt?
He's been the best player here by a mile, and it's going to take some beating. We spoke at the very start of all this saying how Josh Payne is going to be the favourite. He's got some serious competition here, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that story develops.
And of course for him now, it's the 2-day quandary, it seems, here at the Super Series. What do you do with those days off to get yourself in the best possible place for Saturday night?
We spoke about this quite a lot on commentary because it's something I've been in this position. I've won Group A before, and I spent it in bed. I played Football Manager. I'm a bit lazy with it. He's got to make sure he stays on tick-over mode, because you can come here and you can just get caught a little bit cold. You come here full of confidence, and if it doesn't happen straight away, you can get caught out, especially when you look that the players that are in Saturday night are going to have qualified for there and are going to have done so through quality darts.
Well, let's have a look then at the final table then in Group A following the conclusion of that final fixture between Lukas Wenig and Thibault Tricole. As you can see, the German finishes off on 24 points. Scott Baker and Gavin Carlin will take part in Group B. That is tomorrow and Friday night from 10 p.m. Whilst for Franz Roetzsch, Thibault Tricole and Davy Proosten, They will be in Group C. That is tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. I just want to have a quick chat about Davy, because much improved performance today. Looked as if he was getting better, just below the ton average in that final game there. We've seen before from the likes of Kieran Tier, Moreno, Blome in the past. Finishing bottom of Group A doesn't spell disaster in your week.
No, it starts again now for Davy. This is gone. This is now history. This has no relevance on what's going to happen over the next couple of days. And he's shown some signs there that he can hit that level of performance here. He's had a few days now. He's got settled into the format. Yes, he's played in this before, but he's not played here. So this is new. It's no longer new. He's got an advantage over the players that this is new to.
Well, let's have a look then at Groups B and C, which we're going to see over the next couple of days, because the groups have now been allotted. Let's go with Group B first. Gavin Carlin, Mike Gillett, Mike Warburton, Niall Cullerton and Scott Baker in that one. It'll be interesting to see how Mrs. Gillett, Warburton and Cullerton move into the mix over the next couple of days.
Yes, good players, quality players. I think Mike Warburton and Mike Gillett really catch the eye for me there. Mike Gillett, someone I've come across a couple of times now, and a really talented player. Mike Warburton, he's got that really high ceiling, and if he can find a bit of a B game to him, he could take that group.
Let's have a look at Group C. I genuinely don't think I've seen a better lineup for Group C here at the Super Series. Just listen to these 6 names. Dave Prins, Davy Proosten, Franz Roetzsch, Josh Payne, Steve Haggerty, and of course the Frenchman Thibault Tricole. Pick 2 from 6 there.
I mean, 2 of your new players coming in there, Dave Prins and Josh Payne, they could be the 2 quality players. Josh Payne, 91 average over nearly 150 matches. That is some standard. You know, we've been talking about how Lukas has been so impressive. That's what Josh Payne's been doing. Over a larger scope. You've got to fancy Josh Payne to get through. So really, they're only playing for one place if that logic comes true.
Well, we saw Scott Williams last week as a second chance player progress his way through and win the £5,000 weekly prize. That is exactly what Josh Payne is looking to do tomorrow and Friday. And how much of a chance has he, not just in Group C, but in general, perhaps getting through to Champions Week with his second opportunity?
Well, he was the favourite before a dart was thrown, and rightly so. I fully agree, Josh Payne was the favourite. This week was all about Josh Payne. Lukas Wenig has curveballers. The week's no longer all about Josh Payne. The week's about Josh Payne and Lukas Wenig. They are the 2 standout performers, and they are the 2 to watch. But Josh Payne could get through to Champions Week. Josh Payne could win Champions Week. He's got that ceiling. He's won 2 PDC Pro Tours before. This is a quality operator, and he plays well in this format.
Well, we're going to see him in action tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. I hope you can join us for it. Myself, Matt Edgar, Chris Mason, and the whole of the Super Series team will return to bring you a top day of tungsten drama. But you know what? Darts is quite a simple game, really, isn't it? 2 players on an oche, throwing some pointy stuff, and the Germans usually win. See you soon.